Huang Liming replied, for the inquiry, the procurement and procurement department will arrange for internal inquiry and price review according to the form submitted by the construction party. The first draft of the price review will be sent to the construction party. If the difference is really big, we will make another. The two parties go to the inquiry together, which can effectively shorten the total length of time for the price recognition, and is more conducive to promoting the construction of the project. As for the price difference between the cash purchase price and the payment according to the progress, you can rest assured, we will truthfully inquire the price. Even if the cash purchase price is asked, it is only a reference base for the review price. The review price will definitely not cause you no profit or loss. It is just that if the profit is high for you, the profit of the group will be reduced. Our group will consider it comprehensively and try our best to achieve this psychological stable point of everyone, and will not deliberately or maliciously lower your prices. It's just that you, as the constructor, should correct your mentality, don't always want to eat one bite and become a fat man. As for the parts that may be controversial, we will discuss it amicably during the process. Hua Baibai listened to Huang Liming's answer, and felt more sincere, so he replied, I agree with Manager Huang's statement, and I understand it. The issue of valuation between the two sides of the construction project often becomes a matter of relationship between the two parties. Focus, its essence is to seek a balance point of benefit distribution. Manager Huang, please rest assured that our company's understanding and knowledge of materials are in line with your company's requirements. Mr. Li, now everyone is in all aspects have basically reached an agreement, but there is still a gap between the proportion of the project cost and the proportion of progress payment. Please also consider the difficulties of the construction unit, and try to give the best conditions under the permission of your company. Li Chang'an smiled and said, Mr. Hua, I also want to ask your company to give us the most generous charging conditions. After listening to it for 100 years, he smiled and said, Mr. Li, it seems that we hope to get the best conditions, which is highly consistent. Li Chang'an said, seriously agree, this one is highly consistent. Let's ask Mr. Hua to give another reference on the benefit. Hua Baibai said, then let's deal with it again. The first thing to talk about is that according to the National Standard List specification, Sichuan Construction Project Pricing Quota, Sichuan Information Price, Materials Without Information Price using Inquiry in Other Standards, the calculated project cost will be 15% lower as the settlement price. Regarding the payment of the progress payment, we first talked about the fact that there is no advance payment, the monthly progress is 70%, and the payment is 80% after completion. We have reached an agreement on these points. Later, your company requires that you pay 90% after 1 year of completion, and 100% when the warranty expires. Our company does not agree, and the requirement is that 97% will be paid after the settlement is completed, and 100% will be paid upon expiration of the warranty period. Leaders, please confirm whether what I just said is consistent with what was discussed at the meeting. Li Chang'an, Huang Liming, and Cui Kai all nodded to Hua Bai, and Cui Kai replied, Mr. Hua, what you have said is very accurate, what you have discussed and what needs to be discussed clearly. The note data is completely consistent. Please give us an optimal condition according to President Li's request on this basis. Hua Baibai replied, okay. Regarding the reduction of the project cost, I suggest a reduction of 2%. After the settlement is completed, 95% will be paid, and 100% will be paid when the warranty expires. Cui Kai replied, the difference between a 15% decrease in the project cost and a 2% decrease in the cost of this project is still too large. President Hua, your sincerity is not enough. Hua Baibai replied, Manager Cui, a 15% drop in the project cost is unacceptable to our Western construction companies. The management fee calculated by our company accounts for more than 10% of our output value every year, plus if you drop 15% this time, almost 30% of the project cost will be gone. If you say that it will drop by 15%, the company may have no profit. If there is a slight risk, it may simply be a loss. This condition is really unacceptable. Chui Kai suggested, these are the two core clauses of this contract. The conditions you are mentioning now, whether we have agreed or not, have exceeded our regular cooperation conditions in the past. Then that's it, the project cost will drop by 13%, 90% will be paid after 1 year of completion, and 100% will be paid when the warranty expires. Hua Baibai said, no, the percentage of the drop is still too much. The progress payment is paid to 90% 1 year after the completion. One is that the time for pressing the payment is too long, and the other is that the proportion of the quality deposit is too large. It has already reached 10%. There is no precedent in our company, so I dare not agree. Li Chang'an looked at the situation, and it was not an option to continue the war of words like this. The meeting started in the morning and it was long past the time for lunch, but the negotiations were so intense that it was difficult to stop. So he said, we have been discussing this meeting for several hours. There may be a problem that both of us have to ask the boss for the last few conditions. I propose to adjourn the meeting temporarily. We have prepared a working lunch for everyone attending the meeting, you can have meals in the conference room during the adjournment. Relax first, it is too tense. We will start the negotiation after an hour of adjournment. Today, we must negotiate the opinions of both parties. Whether it is successful or not, there will be a conclusion. Time waits for no one. Adjourn. It took 100 years to see that Rueji Group took the initiative to adjourn the meeting, and immediately left the conference room. Yes, it takes 100 years to ask Song Ziyuan, president of the 5th Division of Western Construction Company, Ltd. I saw Hua Baibai walked to the end of the aisle, quickly called Song Ziyuan, and the call was connected. Song Ziyuan's peaceful voice came from the receiver, 100 years, how is the contract negotiation in the Rueji Group today? Is it going well? Hua Baibai replied very respectfully and anxiously, Mr. Song, the negotiation of this contract is quite difficult. The billing standard and progress payment ratio of the design contract have been negotiated. The construction cost of the number 1 municipal park project will be reduced by the proportion of the project cost. There is a big discrepancy between the two parties and the payment conditions of the progress payment. Song Ziyuan asked, what is the requirement for the reduction ratio of the project cost of Rueji Group? Hua Baibai replied, the first request they put forward at the meeting was that the standard price of the project should be reduced by 15% as the settlement price. Now they are asking for a 13% reduction. Song Ziyuan asked, then what you asked for was how much to go down? Hua Baibai replied, my request is to go down by 2%. Song Ziyuan replied, this 2% is indeed less, it is easy for the other party to feel that you are not sincere enough. Spend 100 years busy complimenting, Mr. Song, you are too powerful. That's what their manager Chui said about me. Please give Mr. Song's instructions. The most we can accept is the cost of this project. What is the percentage of the drop? Song Ziyuan replied, if the project cost is reduced by 8% according to the standard price, the company's requirements in terms of profit are still acceptable. In the process of negotiation, you should judge at the right time, grasp it flexibly, and strive to maximize the company's interests. What about the payment ratio of the project progress payment? Hua Baibai replied, as for the negotiation on the payment ratio of the project progress payment, the information that has been confirmed now is that Rueji Group firmly does not agree to pay the advance payment for the project, and agrees to pay the monthly progress payment for 70% of the output value according to the monthly progress. We agreed to pay 80% of the completed output value. We have reached an agreement on these 3 points. Later, Rueji Group requested that 90% of the settlement amount be paid after 1 year of completion, and 100% should be paid upon expiration of the warranty period. I said for those who disagree, the requirement is that 97% of the approved settlement amount should be paid after the settlement is completed, and 100% should be paid upon expiration of the warranty period. After listening to Hua Bai's answer, Song Ziyuan thought for a while before saying, 100 years, 100 years, can you still hear it? Hua Bai replied, Mr. Song, please instruct, I heard. Song Ziyuan said, in this matter, when we talk about the contract, in fact, the original intention of the contract is to agree. If the two parties disagree, it is impossible to agree, and it is impossible to sign the contract. So I thought about it, we have to stand in the middle. Think about the main conditions of these contracts from the standpoint. It must meet the requirements of our company and the requirements of the other company. If the reduction ratio of the project cost promised by Rueji Group is within 5%, the payment terms he proposed can be agreed to him. If the project cost reduction ratio promised by Rueji Group is more than 10%, then it should insist on paying the project payment within 30 calendar days after settlement until only the quality deposit is left. You can be flexible within this range. If it exceeds the range too much, you can openly ask for a report. Then call me in time to discuss. After listening to it, Hua Bai replied, okay, Mr. Song, no matter how well I digest your instructions, I will definitely do my best to complete the tasks you instructed. Song Ziyuan said, okay, 100 years, you have worked hard for you. I believe that you can negotiate successfully. You can negotiate with confidence and express your position with confidence. I wish you good luck. I spent 100 years listening to Song Ziyuan's trust in him and encouraging him. He was very moved, and said to the phone, Mr. Song, please rest assured, I will try my best to get the best conditions for the company, and strive to maximize the company's interests. Live up to your high trust and expectations. Song Ziyuan said, okay. That's it, I have guests here. Bye. After spending 100 years on the phone, I felt even more nervous. I was afraid that if the contract was broken down, it would make me look very incompetent, and my future in the company would be worrying. It took 100 years to slowly return to the conference room where the meeting was held just now. When Cui Kai saw Hua Bai came in, he smiled and greeted Hua Bai and said, Mr. Hua, this is the lunch prepared for you. Please eat it while it's hot, otherwise, it will be unpalatable when it gets cold. Hua Bai replied politely, okay, thank you Manager Cui, I'll eat it right away. Speaking of which, he opened the lunch that Rueji Group Cui Kai had prepared for him, and ate it slowly. Hua 100 years has been in a highly tense business negotiation today, and I was quite nervous mentally. Now I feel a lot more relaxed mentally when I eat dinner. Coupled with the instructions given to him by Song Ziyuan, and his judgment based on the progress of the current business negotiations, it still makes people feel a little confusing. Spend 100 years thinking about these negotiating issues while eating lunch. It took about 10 minutes to finish lunch. Spend 100 years preparing yourself to find a place to drop the lunchbox. After seeing it, Cui Kai waved to Hua Bai in time and said, Mr. Hua, you can put the lunchbox there. You are not familiar with this place, and you can't find the trash can where the lunchbox was thrown away. I will collect it later. Leave. Hua Bai had to answer politely, I'm sorry. Trouble for Manager Cui. Cui Kai replied, Mr. Hua, you're welcome. It's just a little effort. It is said that Li Chang'an of Rueji Group returned to his office. After eating his lunch in a few minutes, he walked quickly to Mr. Liang, the boss of Rueji Group, to report to his work. Li Chang'an arrived at the door of Mr. Liang's office. Seeing that the door was tightly closed, he knocked 3 times gently and unhurriedly. A minute later, Mr. Liang's voice came from inside, please come in. After Li Chang'an opened the door, Mr. Liang asked, Chang'an, it's been hard work. What are you looking for me for? Li Chang'an replied, Boss, today I have been negotiating the design and construction contract of the No. 1 Municipal Park project with the 100 Years Director of Western Architecture. According to the current business negotiation situation, this business negotiation is quite difficult. Mr. Liang asked, tell me, what are the difficulties reflected in? Li Chang'an replied, the difficulty is reflected in two major aspects. One is the billing standard. The contract standard experienced by their Western construction company is very different from the regular billing standard of our Swiss real estate group. The second is the timing of payment and payment. The proportions, the difference between the two sides is also relatively large. Mr. Liang said, then do you think what they said is reasonable? What is your suggestion? Li Chang'an replied, I think what they are talking about is quite reasonable. We usually do housing construction projects, just make him qualified, and it will be fine. But now, this number 1 municipal park, the public is very concerned about this park's impact on the surrounding area. It is affected by the land price, so it puts high demands on us. This is like, we usually buy ordinary bags, but now we are forced to buy luxury brand bags. But the price we offer is now ordinary bags, the price of the bag, but there are luxury brand name bags on the opposite side, so the salespersons of other brand name bags dare not sell them to us at low prices. Mr. Liang said, your bag theory is interesting and easy to understand. After a long time, we used the current company's standard to set him this contract, so that the other party felt that the price we offered him was low. This seemingly simple contract negotiation is the focal point that is more difficult to talk about. Li Chang'an replied, yes, Liang always pointed out the most critical core of the problem. Mr. Liang said, then tell me what the requirements of the Western construction companies are. Li Chang'an said, okay. The design fee is calculated according to the national standard and then calculated at 80%, the progress payment of the design fee is 10% of the prepaid contract value, the payment is 35% when the scheme is completed, and the construction drawing design is completed to 85%. The completion acceptance will be paid to 100% of the approved settlement amount. Mr. Liang replied, about the billing standard of the design fee and the payment ratio of the progress payment, I think the conditions of your negotiation are better controlled. I agree to implement it accordingly. Li Chang'an continued to report, there are two questions about the number 1 municipal park project. One is to calculate the standard project cost reduction ratio according to the national standard. Our conventional requirement is to reduce the price by 15%. Western construction companies only agreed to reduce the price by 2% in the negotiation. Another problem is the negotiation between the payment node of the construction progress payment and the payment ratio. If there is no advance payment for the project, the progress payment will be paid at 70% of the monthly completed output value, and 80% of the completed output value will be paid after the completion acceptance. Our company routinely requires, after 1 year of completion, 90% of the approved settlement amount will be paid, and 100% will be paid upon expiration of the warranty period. The Wabaweizong of Western Construction Company, Limited, in the process of negotiation, clearly expressed his disagreement and put forward the requirements. What's more, after the settlement is completed, 97% of the approved settlement amount will be paid, and 100% will be paid upon expiration of the warranty period. Mr. Liang asked, the payment terms for this project are much stricter than our usual payment terms. So what are you going to do about it? Li Chang'an replied, these two issues are interrelated and affect each other. If the proportion of the project cost falling is large, the proportion of the progress payment will be appropriately higher. Therefore, the handling of these two issues, I think it mainly depends on our financial situation. If the financial pressure is small, we will naturally ask them to drop a larger proportion. I feel that it is between 5 to 8%, which is easy to negotiate. In this case, we can use the balance of our company. Payment method. After listening to Li Chang'an's analysis, Mr. Liang replied, Chang'an, you are right. Since the public attaches great importance to this project, we must also pay attention to it. In addition, the construction of this project was completed quickly and well, it is also very beneficial to us. At least we will exchange 200 acres of land in the future. This land alone will bring us huge value-added benefits. Therefore, the business negotiation between this project and Western construction companies can be said compared with our company's conventional business negotiation, the difference is huge. We can talk about our immediate interests. Appropriately, the other party's construction company should be more relaxed, and the quality requirements and progress requirements should be mentioned more and more carefully. The time nodes are all set for him, written in the contract, and he will be fined heavily for breach of contract. After hearing Mr. Liang's opinion, Li Chang'an understood how the meeting was going to be discussed later, and replied to Mr. Liang, "Okay, boss. I understand, I will discuss the details of this business negotiation later." "Okay. Then I'll call them to continue the business negotiation." Mr. Liang said, "Okay." After Li Chang'an came out of Mr. Liang's office, he came to the conference room where the meeting was held. All who happened to be there. So Li Chang'an sat down and greeted everyone. "Mr. Hua, everyone is here now. Are you ready? Are we going to continue the business negotiation right away?" Hua Bai replied, "Mr. Li, I am ready here." Li Chang'an said, "Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the business negotiation conditions with Western construction companies in the morning, some of them are inconsistent with the conditions usually adopted by the Swiss real estate group, which exceeds the bottom line that we can usually accept. Therefore, I will also go." I reported this more specific situation to my boss. I got my boss's understanding and support. After listening to it for 100 years, I felt that it seemed that I could agree to my own conditions, so I asked, "Does that mean that the boss of your company agrees with the business conditions proposed by our company?" Li Chang'an said, "It can be said that they agree or disagree. There are still some details that need to be made clear by both parties." After spending 100 years listening to it, I felt that I couldn't understand what he said. He, who has always been arrogant, has condensed his IQ a bit. He asked, "Mr. Li, why do I think you are more like a philosopher?" When Li Chang'an listened to Hua Bai's question, he felt a little confused by the second monk, and his head was dizzy. Hua Bai said, "Why don't you get involved?" President Li. "The boss of your company, you said, can be said to agree or disagree. This sentence seems too esoteric, can you put it in a simpler way?" When Li Chang'an heard it and thought about it carefully, this statement is easy to cause misunderstanding, so he replied with a smile, "This can be explained. I agree, because the boss has set the business conditions for you, and I can agree. Say I don't agree, because the business conditions you mentioned exceed our usual business license conditions, and we disagree in principle. There is another reason for disagreement. At present, we have not seen any bright spots in the specific arrangements of the project. There are sufficient reasons why we are willing to readily meet your business conditions." Hua Bai said, "Can you be more specific about what conditions your company expects us to meet?" Li Chang'an gave an example to guide Hua Bai. For example, if you arrange for a top-level project manager to be on-site for implementation, it will make us more satisfied than arranging ordinary project managers. If we have to quantify, at least I am willing to agree to you to reduce the floating rate by 5 percentage points because of this condition. Look at me saying this, is it clear that I have made it clear? Hua Bai said, "Listen clearly. This means that we are required to send a very good project manager to the site. Apart from the requirements for the project manager, what other aspects are your company very concerned about?" Li Chang'an said, "I'm not as professional as you in the management of this park project." "Well, you can try to list some conditions that you think can impress us, and then our business conditions can be negotiated." Hua Bai said, "Okay. I understand that your company is concerned about the construction task of the number 1 municipal park project. First, the artistic effect must be good, it must be eye-catching, and it is best to become a landmark in that area in the future. Construction. Second, the quality of construction must be good. Third, the construction schedule must be fast in time node, only in advance, not allowed to shrink." Li Chang'an said, "Mr. Hua summed it up well. How is Mr. Hua going to solve these 3 points?" Hua Baibai said, I have already said about the artistic effect. This is what our company attaches great importance to. There are many excellent talents in this area. We will arrange the top 3 companies in each important node when we arrive. In-house artistic effect control talents, go to the scene to check the specific, and undertake the work of reporting and explaining to important leaders. Usually, an art management personnel is arranged on-site to guide the adjustment of the artistic effect on-site. Li Chang'an said, we attach great importance to artistic control, which is also the outstanding advantage of your company in this candidate unit. In order to avoid future disputes, which 3 names should your company implement before signing the contract, and write it into the contract? Hua Baibai said, okay, this list of personnel will be determined soon after I go back to Kyoto. Li Chang'an said, Mr. Hua, how are you going to solve the problem of good construction quality? Hua Baibai said, this issue is a very complex one. What I understand is only the furthest, and it may even be seen by experts in the engineering industry that I don't understand it at all. Li Chang'an said, don't be too modest, President Hua, just say a few important things. Hua Baibai said, okay. Then I will briefly talk about quality control. In this municipal park project, the quality of seedlings can be said to give people a very intuitive feeling and have a great impact. The quality of seedlings control, we mainly ensure that the diameter of the seedlings is sufficient, the crown width is full, the crown is full, and the full supply of mature seedlings is controlled. When planting, the replacement of soil at the bottom of the pit should be handled well to ensure that there are no voids, and the water should be poured in time. Root water, and timely support. Late maintenance should be timely, and disease control should be accurate and effective. Li Chang'an said, Miaomuz has some understanding. What else? Hua Baibai said, there are also outdoor stainless steel materials, you must use real stainless steel, and ensure that the thickness of the stainless steel pipe wall is real and effective. There are also quality control, appearance control, and delivery time control of main materials such as anti-corrosion wood and stone. Wait. It's just too much. Li Chang'an said, how did you prepare for the 3rd point you talked about? Hua Baibai said, the 3rd point is about the timely progress. Our company's excellent project managers have many years of practical experience in rushing to work. As long as the project manager is selected, the project manager will be based on the actual situation of the project, timely request the company to mobilize various advantageous resources, including human, financial, mechanical equipment, excellent suppliers, etc., to ensure that the progress of the project is implemented as planned. Li Chang'an said, well, it's a good point. After these conditions are met, Chui Kai has to maintain communication with the person appointed by the Hua Zong of the Western Construction Company, and refine it into written text. From the start of the design work to the completion of the acceptance check, all the key time node of the contract should be specific to the year, month, and day, and it should be written into the contract. No delay is allowed at each time node, and a fine of 50,000 yuan will be imposed for each day of delay. Hua Baibai said, after that, I will trouble Chui Kai to contact Zhang Yunqing of our Ministry of Commerce to improve the refinement of the contract terms. Chui Kai replied, okay, after the meeting, I will leave a QQ account of Zhang Yunqing for everyone to upload documents. Zhang Yunqing said, Manager Chui, let me tell you now, my QQ number is 93x and my mobile phone number is 1380x1. After Hua Baibai heard that the two had left their contact information, he continued, Mr. Li, all the old foundations of our company have been brought out on this project. Can we only drop 2%, and the payment ratio of the progress payment shall be as we mentioned. Conditional execution. Li Chang'an thought for a while and said, Mr. Hua, if I follow the conditions you said, it would be difficult for me to explain to the boss. Look at it like this, the payment ratio of the progress payment will be implemented according to your conditions, and the project cost will be reduced by 5%. As the settlement price. After listening to it, Hua Baibai said, there are some important conditions involved, which have basically never appeared in our company's negotiation before. Since you have set the tone, I agree in principle. But I need to ask the company for instructions. The leadership will implement it. Li Chang'an said, okay, no problem. Let's adjourn the meeting for a while. After your request is completed, we will discuss it again. After spending 100 years out of the conference room, he called Song Ziyuan to report, Mr. Song, the results of the negotiation have basically come out now. Ruiji Group agreed to reduce the project cost by 5% as the settlement price, and the payment proportion of the progress payment shall be as we mentioned first. Opinions agreed. Song Ziyuan said on the phone, then this condition is okay. For 100 years, your level of business negotiation. Is it getting taller? Hua Baibai said, Mr. Song, the other party has put forward some conditions that we have not seen in our previous business negotiations. I am a little unsure, and I have to ask for instructions from President Song. Song Ziyuan asked, oh, what are the specific conditions for business negotiation? Hua Baihui reported, first, the person who is required to control art must be one of the top 3 people in the company, and at important time points, all people must be at this level, and come to the construction side to report on the control of artistic effects. Song Ziyuan said, one of the top 3 can do it, just ask the boss to coordinate and confirm a good candidate. Hua Baihui reported, there is another one, that the company needs to arrange a top-level project manager in-house to manage the site. In addition to caring about the artistic effect must be good, he also hopes to achieve rapid construction on the premise of ensuring good quality. Moreover, the time point to be arranged must be written into the contract, only advance is allowed, no delay is allowed, and a fine of 50,000 yuan will be imposed for each day of delay. Song Ziyuan said, there is one candidate for the top project manager in our business department. I will mobilize the top project manager to his project when the time comes. These requirements of his have only one purpose, that is, to rush jobs and complete them ahead of schedule. The construction task of the number 1 municipal park project. His goal is completely consistent with our company's high-speed development requirements, and it is more beneficial to both parties. You can agree to the other party. Hua Baibai said, okay, Mr. Song, I understand. They are waiting for me to report back to you. Song Ziyuan said, okay, 100 years, you have worked hard to implement it immediately. Hang up. After spending 100 years back in the conference room, he said to Li Chang'an, Mr. Li, after I asked the company leaders for instructions, our company can coordinate and meet the main conditions involved in today's business talks. Li Chang'an said, okay, happy cooperation. Li Chang'an stood up and stretched out his hand, and Hua Baibai also stood up and stretched out his hands, holding Li Chang'an tightly together. Li Chang'an said to Hua Baibai, today, the negotiation on the integrated construction contract of design and construction of the number 1 municipal park project has been successfully negotiated. It has achieved satisfactory results for both parties. President Hua, don't rush to leave. I will treat you tonight, everyone will have a good gathering. A bit. Hua Baibai said, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Li for his kind invitation. Because the company arranged for me to participate in a more important internal leadership meeting tomorrow morning, the company leaders arranged for the administrative staff to send me text messages to confirm the time to go back several times. Back to Kyoto in the evening. The time of the ticket has been changed several times, and the ticket booked now is the last flight back to Kyoto tonight, and his boarding time for this flight is 11 p.m. Li Chang'an listened to Hua Baibai's words, and said, okay, we will meet next time. I will arrange for the driver, Xiao Tan, to take the 2 to the airport immediately. Hua Baibai said, the time to go to the airport is too tight, it will cause trouble to Mr. Li. Li Chang'an replied with a smile, Mr. Hua, don't be so polite. Xiao Tan, it's hard for you to make a trip right away, and send the flowers to the airport. Now that it's time for them to board the plane, the time to go to the airport is relatively tight. Although it's in a hurry, you still have to keep in mind that safety is the first priority. 1. Li Chang'an carefully arranged Xiao Tan in the driver's area outside the conference room, and introduced Xiao Tan to Hua Baibai and Zhang Yunqing. After listening to Li Chang'an's arrangement, Xiao Tan said, "Then, President Hua and Gong Zhang, we will set off immediately. Please come with me. The car is parked in the basement." Hua Baibai said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Master Tan." Li Chang'an sent Hua Baibai and Zhang Yunqing to the elevator entrance, and Xiao Tan helped press the elevator button to go downstairs. Li Chang'an shook hands with Hua Baibai and Zhang Yunqing, and said goodbye briefly. Hua Baibai, Zhang Yunqing, and Master Xiao Tan quickly came to the basement and got into Xiao Tan's car. Xiao Tan asked, "Please tell me, which terminal of the airport did you go to?" Zhang Yunqing said, "Master Tan, wait a minute, I checked the company's text message to help book tickets. I found it, it is the T1 terminal of the airport." Xiao Tan replied, "Okay. 2 leaders, please sit down and fasten your seat belts. Since time is very tight, I will try to drive as fast as I can." Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay. No problem. Master Tan, we have fastened our seat belts and can go. However, it is recommended to follow Mr. Li's arrangement. Although it is required to be faster, safety is still the first." Xiao Tan replied, "Don't worry, it will be safe." Half an hour later, Xiao Tan delivered Zhang Yunqing and Hua Baibai to the entrance gate 11 of the departure hall of the airport safely. Zhang Yunqing got out of the car and took out his luggage and the luggage of Hua 100 years in the trunk. The 2 of them waved to Master Tan and said, "Master Tan, you've worked hard. Bye." Xiao Tan replied with a smile, "President Hua, Gong Zhang, you're welcome. Please walk slowly and have a safe journey." Zhang Yunqing and Hua Baibai quickly came to the baggage check-in office and waited in line to get the baggage check-in and boarding pass. Zhang Yunqing saw that the queue in front of him was quite long, and it was estimated that the waiting time would be at least 10 minutes. He took out the phone, looked up the address book, and found the phone number of Mr. Wang, a Western construction company, that he had left when he came out yesterday. He dialed out, and after the call was connected, he said, "Master Wang, hello. Gong Zhang, hello, are you and Hua always going back to the capital?" "Yes, back to Kyoto tonight. But it's a little late." "It doesn't matter, it's my job to welcome and deliver." "Zhang Gong, please tell me the flight number." "Master Wang, we are going back to Kyoto tonight, and our flight number is XU7071. Gong Zhang, when will you take off and when will you arrive?" "It is expected to take off at 11:30 this evening, and the estimated time to arrive at Kyoto Airport T1 is 2 o'clock in the morning." "Okay, Zhang Gong, I understand. When the trouble is about to take off, send me a text message to let me know." "Okay. Master Wang, bye." Zhang Yunqing communicated with Mr. Wang about the time and location of the pickup and hung up the phone. "Luggage will be checked in soon." Zhang Yunqing and Hua Baibai came to the security checkpoint with boarding passes and ID cards and waited in line for security check. About 30 minutes later, the 2 of them completed the security check, came to the seats near gate 33, and sat down to wait for boarding. It took 100 years to see that there was still a little time before boarding, and then chatted with Zhang Yunqing, this time to participate in this business negotiation. "How do you feel?" After listening to Zhang Yunqing, he thought for a while and replied, "I feel that this negotiation is too intense. Mr. Hua, you have superb negotiation skills and always look like you have a plan. I think the result of the negotiation is still very ideal." Hua Bai said, "This negotiation has been going through a long period of time, and it has been discussed all the time. It is a major interest distribution event for both parties. The more Swiss Property Group gives us, the less their interests will be. So this interest, the question of the balance point of our negotiating parties, is the real focus of our negotiating parties. Zhang Yunqing humbly asked for advice. Yes, then this balance point, Mr. Hua, you have already said it? So the negotiation was reached so easily? Hua Baibai said, we discussed various options with President Song before we came to this issue. But there was no way to settle it unilaterally. During the lunch break, President Song and I spoke on the phone, reported the situation in a timely manner. Got the guidance of President Song on decision-making. In the afternoon, we negotiated according to this guidance. The result of the negotiation was much better than the bottom line that we expected to be acceptable. Zhang Yunqing said, congratulations to President Hua. Does the negotiation result that exceeds the company's expectations mean that the company will give special rewards? Hua Baibai said, in terms of incentives, the company formulates incentive policies every year according to the requirements of the indicators. This year, it is based on the main categories of output value awards, collection awards, settlement awards, and winning bid awards. The way of bonus distribution is determined. Like us, although the results of this discussion are relatively good, there is no precedent for a corresponding bonus distribution plan after all. So there may not be bonuses. But after you mentioned it, I think it is possible to write an analysis. In the analysis, it is clear that we can accept the bottom line to calculate the company's gross profit, and calculate the company's gross profit based on the contract results negotiated now. The difference between the two is the extra gross profit. This time we at least fought for the company more. More than 5% of the gross profit, in other words, 5% of the total amount of 160 million is 8 million. Then we can report to the company, and use this extra gross profit of 8 million as the base for calculating the bonus, declare and apply for the bonus. The proportion of the bonus can be 20% of this amount. That means we can make a bonus application of about 1.6 million. After hearing this, Zhang Yunqing was very surprised and replied, Mr. Hua, will the boss give you such a large bonus amount? Hua 100 Years looked at Zhang Yunqing and replied, what's strange about this, in our Western construction company, as long as you really earn more money for the boss will reward him heavily, and he will give it a half-year or 1-year deadline. Cashed in. Zhang Yunqing said, Mr. Hua, this bonus amount is too surprising. The boss rewards the employees who have made outstanding achievements so much, so everyone must work hard, strive for more performance and earn more bonuses. Hua Baibai replied, yes. Otherwise, you see why I work so hard. The construction party didn't dare to stop for dinner, so he just wanted to go back to the company, do more things, and make more achievements. Zhang Yunqing said, well, from this perspective, the amount of bonuses given by the company to employees is still very high. The time we spend in this work is added together, that is, only a few days. If this is based on time, if you do the math, if the company decides the bonus of 1.6 million, it will be worth hundreds of thousands a day. Hua Baibai said, well, this bonus is not calculated by how many days the employee spends before and after doing this job. You have to remember, our company calculates this bonus, and his central idea is result-oriented. If this matter is done well by employees and obtains enough benefits for the company, then how much time employees spend on this and how many places they go to achieve their goals, the company does not care about these situations at all. The biggest concern is whether this result has brought enough excess gross profit to the company. Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Hua, according to this result-oriented theory, it is entirely possible for the company to give heavy rewards to the outcome documents determined after the successful business negotiation this time. Hua Baibai replied, your understanding is correct. This is the company's macro rules in formulating bonus policies. Zhang Yunqing said, for the calculation of the bonus this time, we will declare at a rate of 20%. Regardless of the company's approval, the determined rate is 10%, 15%, or 20%. The absolute value of this bonus is very impressive. According to the ratio of 10% of the approval, the total amount of the bonus is 800,000. Hua Baibai said, well, when you go to work tomorrow, you will immediately form a written report on the bonus declaration we discussed today, and print it out for me to review. I will go to the president of the business unit, Mr. Song, to fight for the bonus. Sure. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I will go to the company early tomorrow morning, and print this written report for you to review. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Yunqing asked Hua Baibai another question, Mr. Hua, if we apply for this bonus and the company approves it, then as a rule, how is it allocated to the names of the participating staff? Hua Baibai said, as for the question of how to distribute the bonus, in our Western Construction Company, he first confirms the total award amount of this event based on the result. On the basis of this total award amount, his bonus distribution is a tendency to for senior leaders. It took 100 years to think about it for a while, and then said, for example, it's like what we have now. For the convenience of description, let's assume that the total bonus confirmed by the company is 100%. The decision maker of this event is the president of the business unit, Mr. Song. The company generally believes that it was this decision maker who made a major contribution, so at least 50% of the bonus was allocated to Mr. Song. How to distribute the remaining 50% of the bonus? This specific negotiation is our business. The ministry came to talk, and the main talk is that I spend 100 years, so I have to allocate more than half of the remaining 50% here. Zhang Yunqing said, if you understand it this way, after the 100% bonus has been allocated to you and President Song, 75% of the bonus has been used. How to distribute the remaining 25% of the bonus? If a new employee like me has participated in these important events, will they have no money because they have not passed the probationary period? Hua Baibai replied, well. That's right. There is still 25% of the bonus ratio left, which is allocated to ordinary employees who participate in these important events. Well, the probationary employee you are concerned about is asked whether there are conditions to participate in the distribution of bonuses. There is no express provision in our company. As long as you participate, even in the trial period, you should be able to give appropriate bonuses according to the importance of your participation. Then who will judge whether you have participated or not? It is the contribution made, to what extent the contribution is made, and how the proportion of the bonus is distributed. Take this matter as an example. I have the right to make suggestions, and Mr. Song has the right to review. Zhang Yunqing said happily, the company is also very kind to our new employees, and they can participate in the distribution of bonuses during the trial period. Hua Baibai said, the purpose of the company's bonuses to everyone is to motivate everyone and work hard for the company's interests. Therefore, whether it is in the probationary period is not an important assessment factor. In addition, after all, the bonus is not issued immediately. Well, generally, bonuses are issued half a year or 1 year. Even if you have achieved performance during the probationary period, you will be awarded bonuses. However, if you are considered unqualified during the probationary period, the company will not pass the approval of the application for regularization. Employees who have been declined will not be able to participate in the distribution of bonuses. However, in your case, you are lucky enough to participate in important events during the trial period and have huge bonus distributions. At this time, it may be because you were not a regular employee at that time. When the company leader approves, they may give you a 20% discount on the normally allocated bonus. But it will never be without a bonus. The company has done a more humane approach to this. Zhang Yunqing listened to Hua Baibai's answer and continued, assuming that the bonus is distributed like this, for example, the total bonus amount approved by the company is 800,000. In my situation, how much money can I personally allocate? Hua Baibai said, under normal circumstances, there are not many people involved in this matter. In the remaining 25% of the bonus, that is to say, a bonus of 200,000 is used to distribute to ordinary employees. Because of your situation, I just came to our company for a very short time, so I might consider distributing this bonus to other colleagues. Some colleagues work very hard, but if there is no bonus calculated according to the bonus system, it may be appropriate to allocate a point. The control of this balance is decided by President Song, the president of the business unit. However, your participation in this matter, including the follow-up work, needs to be implemented by you. Therefore, you can normally allocate at least a quarter of the remaining 25% bonus, which is 50,000. Take this 50,000 because you are in the trial period, so you can get a 20% discount, and your guaranteed bonus amount is 40,000. Are you satisfied with the amount of this bonus distribution? Zhang Yunqing replied, I am satisfied, I am satisfied. After 2 days of running with Mr. Hua, you can collect 40,000 yuan for nothing. There is no reason to be dissatisfied. In addition to the amount of this bonus, it is equivalent to a few of me monthly salary. Before I came to the company, I never thought that the company would be so generous in terms of bonuses. Now it seems that I am late to come to the company. Such a good opportunity, I will pay more attention to it in the future, give more opportunities to make money. Hua Baibai laughed and said, Yunqing, it's not too late for you to come to the company, it's just the right time. My time in the company is relatively short. As for taking care of it, it's impossible to talk about it. Our company developed after the listing. Very fast. But after all, this is the first year after listing. All employees of the company, including the boss, do not know how much benefit this listing can bring to the company's development. How should the company's development goals be determined? There is no unanimous opinion here. The only unanimous opinion is to cross the river by feeling the stones first, and each department should give full play to the subjective initiative of its own employees. Therefore, the bonus policy is loose, which means that it depends on the company. How much explosive power does it have after listing? In terms of bonus distribution, there is another principle to be followed: more work, more rewards. Zhang Yunqing said, with such a high bonus, I have to work very hard. The accumulated income of these bonuses may be higher than the profit of starting a small company. After that, I have to work overtime every day and finish myself early. The task assigned in hand is convenient for taking the next task. Well, Mr. Hua, do you have any work tasks there? If I can do it, I hope you can arrange more for me. Hua Baibai said, it's good that you have this idea. It's just that in real work, some jobs are really tiring and hard, but according to the rules, there is no bonus. However, these tiring and hard jobs must be done by someone. Otherwise, it will also affect those projects that can directly calculate bonuses. So overall, in terms of work, it is still necessary to obey the overall arrangement of the company's leaders. Only such a business unit can operate normally, and finally the business unit president Song in general. These difficulties are balanced by the authority of bonus distribution, so that everyone can feel that it is fair and just. Zhang Yunqing said, in that case, if there is a setting of balancing authority, it means that our Western Construction Company's system plan for the distribution of bonuses is relatively complete. This can avoid some thankless things that everyone is unwilling to do. Hua Baibai said, yes, it is like this. The key point of these designs is to give everyone a balance. When Zhang Yunqing and Hua Baibai were chatting happily, the horn sounded to inform them that the flight they were taking was ready to board. The two started walking towards the gate to line up to board the plane. Good luck, smooth boarding, smooth takeoff, no delays. About 3 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Kyoto Airport. Zhang Yunqing took out the phone and called Mr. Wang from the Western Construction Company. The call was connected. Master Wang, we just landed. Master Xiao Wang said, okay. I'm waiting for you at the T1 terminal, exit 5 of the arrival hall. Well, I'll see you as soon as you come out. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, then please wait for us at exit 5. We are on our way to pick up our luggage. It may take about 30 minutes. Master Xiao Wang said, don't be in a hurry, just come out slowly. I'll wait for you here at this exit. Half an hour later, Zhang Yunqing and Hua Baibai dragged their luggage and walked to exit 5 of Terminal 1. Master Xiao Wang waved to them. Zhang Yunqing and Hua Baibai followed Mr. Wang to the parking lot. The two put their luggage in the trunk of Mr. Wang's car, and then got into the car. Master Xiao Wang said, "Mr. Hua, I'll take you home first." Hua Baibai said, "Well, take me home first, and then you can take Yunqing to the vicinity of the company, where he rents a house." Master Xiao Wang said, "Okay, okay." In about 40 minutes, because there was no traffic jam at night, Master Xiao Wang sent Hua Baibai to the gate of the community where his home was located. After spending 100 years getting off the bus and picking up the luggage, he said goodbye to Zhang Yunqing and Master Xiao Wang. Master Xiao Wang drove Zhang Yunqing to the east gate of Daitanjuan community where he rented near the Western Construction Company. Zhang Yunqing brought his own luggage, said goodbye to Mr. Wang, and returned to room 2701, floor 27, unit 1, building 1, Daitanjuan, where he rented, and set the alarm time for getting up the next morning at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ring, wash your face and gargle quickly and go to bed. The next day at 7 o'clock in the morning, the alarm rang on time. After Zhang Yunqing heard the alarm, she didn't hesitate at all, she turned over and got up immediately. This was a painful experience for him. If he was tired yesterday, he slept for a while before getting up, and he would probably sleep until noon. For Zhang Yunqing this morning, there is a very important thing that must be done, and it cannot be delayed. Zhang Yunqing arrived at the office at 7:30 in the morning. In accordance with the requirements of the Hua Bainian arrangement last night, Zhang Yunqing briefly reviewed the content of the business negotiation conducted in the Swiss real estate group yesterday, especially important places involving specific figures, and even turned out the notebook for reference. Zhang Yunqing spent 30 minutes typing on the computer and formed a written report document. In order to avoid mistakes, Zhang Yunqing printed out the documents formed by his typing with a printer, and checked, revised and improved word by word. At around 8:20, Zhang Yunqing finally formed a written report that Zhang Yunqing thought he had clarified, the substance of the business negotiation with Ruiji Group and the content of the written report for the application for bonus calculation. The number of words was controlled on one page of A4 paper, about 450 words. Zhang Yunqing printed out the written report document that he had organized, printed it out again on the printer, put it on his desk, and prepared to wait for a while. He would report it to him once he arrived at the office and ask for a review. Zhang Yunqing saw that it was still early before 9 o'clock when he went to work, so he sat at the workstation, put his head on the desk, and took a simple rest. When it was almost 9 o'clock of the working time, Huabai came to the office. Zhang Yunqing woke up when he heard the noise in Huabai's office. Zhang Yunqing hurriedly walked into Huabai's office with the written report document printed in the morning. Zhang Yunqing said, "Mr. Hua, you see, I am based on a 20% bonus rate. After negotiating with Ruiji Group, I will give the company a bonus application report corresponding to the excess gross profit. Can you take a look?" Hua Baibai took over the written report handed over by Zhang Yunqing and said, "Your efficiency is not bad, you just printed it out when you got to work." Zhang Yunqing said, "I'm not that fast, I'm just diligent. Last night, I was worried that if I woke up late this morning, it would affect the work you arranged. So, I set the alarm to wake up at 7 o'clock this morning. I got to the office at 7:30 and started writing this document. Since document writing is not my specialty, after writing the first draft, I printed it out on a printer and revised it several times." Hua Baibai said, "It doesn't matter if the speed is not so fast. We are not looking for someone who is extremely fast. We are looking for people who know how hard they are and who know how hard they work, as long as they can complete the work according to the company's time requirements. A colleague on a mission is a good colleague." Huabai had a simple communication with Zhang Yunqing and reviewed the specific content of the written report document printed by Zhang Yunqing. Spend 100 years on the written report document printed by Zhang Yinqing, while delineating and explaining to Zhang Yinqing how to modify this place, how to modify that place. It took about 5 minutes to explain the revisions. At this time, the written report sent by Zhang Yinqing for Hua 100 Years Review was already marked very flowery. Zhang Yinqing said, "Okay, Mr. Hua, I will use the computer immediately and write your review comments into the document." Hua Baibai said, "It's hard work for you, hurry up, there are a lot of things today, and time is very tight." Zhang Yinqing said, "Okay." He grabbed the written report document that Hua Bai had revised and ran to his workstation to make revisions. About 5 minutes later, it was revised and perfected again, and it was printed out. Zhang Yinqing carefully compared the typed draft with the draft document that took 100 years to modify, and found no problems. Zhang Yinqing took the reprinted report documents and the revised draft report documents of Hua Baibai, and walked into Hua Baibai's office again. Hua Baibai took over the revised report document handed by Zhang Yinqing in his own revised draft report document. After spending a short time browsing quickly, he nodded and said to Zhang Yinqing, "Okay, this report document has been revised, just leave me here. You can follow up with manager Cui Kai Cui of Ruiji Group, and see if they have prepared the detailed documents of the contract terms in the agreement we reached in this business negotiation." Zhang Yinqing said, "Okay, I'll contact you right away." After Zhang Yinqing came out of Huabai's office, he came to his workstation. Zhang Yinqing first added Cui Kai of Ruiji Group as a friend through QQ. It took a long time to get through. So Zhang Yinqing did it again and added Cui Kai from Ruiji Group as a friend using QQ. This time he added a note, "Hello, Manager Cui, I am Zhang Yinqing from Western Architecture." Almost half an hour passed and still no pass. Zhang Yinqing had no choice but to call Cui Kai. After the call was connected, he said, "Hello, Manager Cui, I'm Zhang Yinqing from Western Architecture." "Hello, Zhang Gong. Excuse me, Manager Cui, did the specific content of the business negotiation between our two companies form a specific contract terms document yesterday?" "Gong Zhang, there are other things that delayed this matter this morning." "It doesn't matter, Manager Cui, you are very busy with your work. I can understand. According to the situation, when will you be able to correct the documents of the contract terms?" "According to the current situation, I will definitely have time to revise the contract terms and documents we negotiated this afternoon." "That's great. Manager Kai, please revise it. I'll call you again around 4 o'clock in the afternoon to ask for instructions to see if the contract terms and documents have been revised." "What do you want, Zhang Gong? You can call me again at 4 p.m. to confirm the progress of the revision of this contract terms document." "Okay, thank Manager Cui for taking the time to revise this contract terms document. By the way, I have added you as a friend on QQ, but it has not been approved." "Gong Zhang, I only log into my QQ when I need it. I didn't keep it online for a long time, for fear of affecting my normal work. Please add a note when you add me. After I log into QQ, I will apply for you through a friend of." "Okay, Manager Cui, I have 2 pieces of information for adding you as a friend, one without a note. The last one is a note. When it is convenient for you to log in, please pass it." "Okay, no problem. My leader is looking for me, Zhang Gong. If there is nothing else to worry about, I will hang up first. I've already reported these 2 matters to you. There's nothing else to do. Bye-bye, Manager Cui." "Gong Zhang, bye-bye." After a while, Li Wenwen, the head of human resources of the 5th Division, walked over to Zhang Yinqing and said, "Gong Zhang, the company's financial notice now states that new employees need to apply for a salary card." Zhang Yinqing asked, "Does the company handle it centrally, or do our new employees handle it themselves?" Li Wenwen said, "This time there are not many people, and the company does not centralize the processing. You need to go to the bank as soon as possible to apply for a bank card as a salary card to use. Zhang Yunqing said, there is no problem in applying for a bank card as a salary card. It happens that I have a gap in time, so I can go to the bank to apply for it immediately. Does the company have any regulations on which bank to apply for this bank card? Li Wenwen said, there are no regulations. However, generally speaking, companies have a lot of dealings with ICBC. In order to avoid the problem of transfer fees in the future, it is recommended to go to ICBC to apply for a bank card first. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, I'll go to ICBC to apply for a bank card. Do you know where the nearest ICBC is near our company? Li Wenwen said, exit the east gate of the park where my company is located, and walk east along Jinfu Avenue. There is an ICBC business hall on the right about 450 meters away. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, thank you. I will go to ICBC on Jinfu Avenue to apply for a bank card now. Zhang Yunqing followed Li Wenwen's prompt and found the ICBC business hall on Jinfu Avenue in about 10 minutes. After Zhang Yunqing arrived at the business hall, he walked to the information desk. There is a beautiful little girl on duty at the information desk. Zhang Yunqing asked the little girl, excuse me, I want to apply for an ICBC bank card, what procedures do I need? The little girl said, sir, there is a registration desk here, please come with me. The little girl pointed to one of the printed documents and said to Zhang Yunqing, fill out this form when you apply for a bank card. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, thank you. A few minutes later, Zhang Yunqing filled out the card opening application form designated by the little girl, and went to ask, finish it, who will it be given to? The little girl said, give it to me. Please give me your ID card. Zhang Yunqing handed over his ID card to the little girl. After the little girl got Zhang Yunqing's ID card, she walked to a copier on the right side of the entrance of the lobby and made a copy of Zhang Yunqing's ID card. And used this copy to check the card application form filled in by Zhang Yunqing. The little girl said to Zhang Yunqing, okay. This is your card opening number. Please take it to window 3 for card opening business. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, thank you. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Yunqing got the newly successfully processed ICBC bank card and left the bank. After Zhang Yunqing returned to the office, he took the salary card to the office of Li Wenwen, the person in charge of human resources. Li Wenwen asked, Gong Zhang, is the salary card ready? Zhang Yunqing replied, according to the location of the bank you indicated, I have already gone to open an ICBC card in my own name. Li Wenwen said, okay, here is a salary card information registration form, please register your information. Zhang Yunqing said, okay. Please take a look at the information I registered to see if there is any problem. Li Wenwen took over the information registered by Zhang Yunqing and asked Zhang Yunqing to read the code information of the salary card he was holding. After confirming that it is correct, he pointed to the signature confirmation column and said to Zhang Yunqing, okay, Mr. Zhang, your salary card information has been verified and is correct, please sign here and confirm by fingerprint. This is the ink pad. Zhang Yunqing signed his name on the signature column and solemnly pressed his thumbprint. Li Wenwen said, okay, thank you Zhang Gong for your cooperation. There are tissues here to wipe off the ink pad from your hands. Zhang Yunqing replied, cooperation is what it should be. I'm sorry to trouble you. If there is nothing else, I will go back to my workstation. Li Wenwen said, there is nothing else. You go slowly. Zhang Yunqing returned to his workstation. Turn on the computer and check it out, Manager Cui Kai Cui of Ruiji Group has passed his QQ friend application. Not long after returning to the workstation, Zhang Yunqing heard that Hua 100 Years was calling him. Zhang Yunqing came to spend 100 years in the office, and Hua Bai said, we held a regular meeting on Monday, didn't the person in charge of our department want to complete some training PPT documents? They all sent it to me, the time here is very tight, and there is no time to review it. Zhang Yunqing said, Mr. Hua, what do you need me to do? Hua Bai said, I need your help to review it. Zhang Yunqing said, if these documents are purely related to technical requirements in terms of cost, I should be able to help review them. However, according to the spirit of the last meeting, many of their documents are company-specific rules. I am not familiar enough with this part. Just reviewing it like this, I am worried that something will go wrong. Hua Baibai smiled and said, it is precisely because you are not familiar with these, so you should first look at the documents written by them. If you understand all of them, ask them to compile them and discuss and communicate until you can understand them. Even if the PPT training documents have been revised, you will report to me the situation of these training documents in a unified manner. I will then judge whether the training conditions are met. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, Mr. Hua, please send me the document, and I will study it. Hua Baibai said, it has been sent to your QQ, and I must be able to read it this afternoon. If I can, these trainings will be organized this weekend. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, then I'll go to my workstation to study these documents. Zhang Yunqing returned to his workstation and opened the QQ chat record with Hua Baibai. There are 2 documents sent by Hua Baibai to Zhang Yunqing, namely the Western Construction Funding Plan, compiled by Han Zhaokai, the head of funds, and the Western Construction Bidding Workflow, compiled by Lin Yiping, the head of bidding. After Zhang Yunqing read these 2 documents carefully, he asked the relevant compilers for advice. Zhang Yunqing first found Han Zhaokai, the person in charge of the fund, and said, hello, Han Gong. Han Tendering replied, Gong Zhang, hello, do you have anything to do with me? That's right, Mr. Han. Mr. Hua arranged for me to study the document you prepared for, Planning of Western Construction Funds. I feel that this form is a bit complicated. I want to ask you for advice. Do you have time? Gong Zhang, you're welcome. I can introduce you to the preparation of our company's capital plan. Are you confused about what aspect of it? Han Gong. Is such that I do cost work, and I have never been exposed to the form of capital plan before. So I would like to ask you to briefly introduce the function of this form first. Zhang Gong, the purpose of this capital plan form is to clarify the amount of the project progress payment that each project department needs to pay to the next month, the amount of the company's on-site funds paid to the project department, and all the expenses that the project department needs to spend. It all needs to be reflected in this table. Whether it is the cost of the project or the cost of internal use. I know the general direction. Who is the compiler of this watch? Zhang Gong, the preparer of this capital plan, is in the project department. According to the company's current regulations, the preparer is the business manager of the project department. Han Gong, when will this table be compiled? Gong Zhang, the preparation time of this capital plan is usually between the 1st and the 5th of the beginning of this month. The business manager of the project department will make statistics based on the specific situation of the project, and then fill in the fund plan form according to the statistics. Han Gong, what is the ERP data reflected in the table? Zhang Gong, this so-called ERP, I didn't understand it when I first came here. But we can understand him as the output value completed by our suppliers. This output value refers to the contract signed with our Western Construction Company according to the supplier. The contract unit price is multiplied by the actual completed project quantity approved by the project department. Okay, I see what this ERP means. Does this month's payment amount have any specific relationship with this ERP value? Zhang Gong, this question is the key to this fund plan. Han Gong, why is he the key? Gong Zhang said that he is the key, because the real purpose of this capital plan is to confirm the specific amount of payment to be paid. But this determined payment value is subject to some conditions. Like what? For example, in the capital plan table, the amount of payment for this month needs to be calculated. His mathematical relationship is, the amount of payment this month plus the accumulated amount paid must be less than the amount allowed to be paid according to the contract. For another example, the ERP value must be before the first of the month, the project department actually occurred and has passed the review, and entered the output value of the ERP system. If the output value of this month occurred after the first of the month, including the first, it can only be entered into the ERP system of the current month, and the payment amount corresponding to the output value must be placed on the first of the next month and then go through the payment procedures. Zhang Yunqing felt a little dizzy, and said, "Okay, thank you, Han Gong, I have digested it myself. If there is anything I don't understand, I will ask you face to face." Han Zhaokai said, "There is another situation that I want to talk about. This capital plan is prepared by the business manager in the project, which also involves the procurement of seedlings and materials." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Is there any particularity to this overall planning?" Han Zhaokai said, "His emphasis is that for this seedling procurement and material procurement, there are corresponding seedling procurement leaders and material procurement leaders in the project department, and their corresponding monthly payment plans are compiled and summarized by them themselves. It will be consolidated for business managers into this funding plan that we are studying now." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Understood. That is to say, the person in charge of the fund plan for seedling procurement and material procurement is the person in charge of seedling procurement and material procurement of the corresponding project department. After they are completed, they will be handed over to the business manager of the project department for summary." Han Zhaokai said, "This is roughly what it means. But in the project department, the business manager actually manages the person in charge of seedling procurement and the person in charge of material procurement. If the payment plan they propose is unreasonable and non-compliant, the business manager has responsibility to review and modify." Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay, I understand. Thank you to Han Gong for spending so much time guiding. I understand the document you compiled on the planning of Western construction funds, and I have not found any other problems." Han Zhaokai said, "Okay, Zhang Gong, if there is anything unclear about the funding plan in the future, you can ask at any time." Zhang Yunqing said gratefully to Han Zhaokai, "Okay, thank you so much. I'll digest it." Zhang Yunqing returned to his workstation, cleaned up and recalled the conversation with Han Zhaokai, and carefully checked the sample form of the capital plan on the computer. After feeling that he basically understood it, he marked some key meanings that he understood well in the notebook. Zhang Yunqing looked at it, and it was still early before 4 p.m., so he went to Lin Yiping, who is in charge of the bidding, and asked for the Western Construction bidding workflow, compiled by her. Zhang Yunqing arrived next to Lin Yiping's workstation and said, "Hello, Lin Yiping. Do you have time? I need to ask you about the Western Construction bidding workflow document you compiled." Lin Yiping said, "Hello, Zhang Gong. I'm studying the document Western Construction bidding workflow that I compiled. You are here, and we can normally communicate about this document." Zhang Yunqing said, "That's great. I have read the document Western Construction bidding workflow you compiled several times. The corresponding process for each type of project is also written clearly. It's just that in the process of these different types of projects, there is a reference to the preparation of a gross profit margin calculation document, which is prepared by the bidding department. I have not seen the details of this preparation of the gross profit margin calculation document." Lin Yiping explained, "Gong Zhang, that's right. In this training, I want to make clear and explain the procedures for the operation and circulation of projects of different natures within the company. But you mentioned the gross profit rate of the compilation. As for the calculation document, this matter alone is very complicated. If we want to train, we all need to hold several training sessions on the topic to be able to explain it clearly." Zhang Yunqing said, "This is understandable. Our current training is actually to let new employees understand the company's unified practices and advanced working methods as soon as possible. As for the purely process part, it may be different in each company, so training on this process is very necessary." Lin Yiping replied, "Because of this, I did not arrange any training content outside the process in this training class. Zhang Yunqing suggested, then Lin Gong, can we make a process for preparing the gross profit rate calculation document and train everyone, so that although everyone can't learn how to prepare documents through this training, we will understand it some time in advance. It is a necessary procedure in the company's bid promotion. What does his process look like? Then briefly introduce the key points in the compilation. Usually, everyone can understand and digest it by themselves. In the future, when there is an opportunity to arrange the actual bidding work, it is possible to quickly understand the tasks assigned by them, how to do them, and how to connect horizontally with other people in the team. Lin Yiping thought for a while and replied, Gong Zhang, you are very thoughtful. If you do this, it is equivalent to giving everyone a simple training in advance for the process of compiling gross profit margin calculation documents to activate everyone's thinking in this regard. If you organize special training in the future, the employees who participate in the training are equivalent to previewing the textbook, and they will naturally feel more relaxed and happy to learn. In this way, the time to produce productivity after the training is equivalent to shortening. I will start your training today. This suggestion is reflected in the document Western Construction Bidding Workflow that I compiled. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, after you finish the preparation, can you send it to me to study first? Lin Yiping said with a smile, no problem, I will send it to you after I write it. If there is anything you think is wrong, please help point it out. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, Lin Gong, then you can take your time. I will study and digest the document Western Construction Bidding Workflow, compiled by you. After Zhang Yunqing returned to his workstation, he carefully thought about the information he communicated with Lin Yiping. After more than 10 minutes, I felt that I should have understood the Western Construction Bidding Workflow document compiled by Lin Yiping. Zhang Yunqing looked at the time at the bottom right of the computer, and it was approaching the time agreed with manager Cui Kai Cui of Ruiji Group. Zhang Yunqing picked up the phone and dialed Cui Kai, and asked, Mr. Cui, hello, I'm Zhang Yunqing from Western Construction Company. Cui Kai said, oh. When Zhang Yunqing heard these words, he felt inappropriate, so he asked, is it convenient for manager Cui to speak? If it is inconvenient, I will call you later. Cui Kai said, okay, in 10 minutes, please call again. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, bye. Hang up the phone. At the same time, I set an alarm in 10 minutes on my mobile phone, and remarked that the name of the alarm is, Call Manager Cui. In Zhang Yunqing's original job, there were too many tasks to deal with at the same time, and it was easy to forget things, so he gradually developed the good habit of setting an alarm clock at any time. Since he adopted this stupid method, it rarely appeared a situation where you missed something because you forgot to make an appointment with someone else. Zhang Yunqing's alarm rang again soon. He picked up the phone and called Cui Kai again and said, Mr. Cui, hello, is it convenient for you to speak now? Manager Cui said, it is convenient to speak now, Mr. Zhang, please speak. Zhang Yunqing said, I just want to know, after our business negotiation yesterday, has the contract documents that you personally revised, Manager Cui, been corrected? Cui Kai said, Zhang Gong, I have revised and perfected the contract documents according to the business negotiation content yesterday, and our side Li Chang'an is reviewing it. It is expected that the review will be completed in half an hour, and then I will post it on QQ. Give you. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, then please send me the documents when Manager Cui comes. Bye-bye. After Zhang Yunqing finished calling Cui Kai, he wrote down in the record book, contact Cui Kai and agree to send me the revised contract documents after 4:30. Lin Yiping sent Zhang Yunqing a file on QQ. Zhang Yunqing opened the document sent by Lin Yiping and looked at it. The process and key points of compiling the gross profit margin calculation document have been made into a PPT document. The expression is still very clear, and you can understand it at a glance. Zhang Yunqing replied to Lin Yiping on QQ, Lin Gong, the newly revised document, I have read it, the process of preparing the gross profit margin calculation document has been clearly reflected, and the key points have also been explained clearly in concise words. I think I can see it clearly, and there is no other opinion. Lin Yiping replied to the QQ message, well. Okay. Zhang Yunqing sees that today's work is relatively clear. As long as he can receive the contract documents sent by Cui Kai of Ruiji Group after 4:30, he will have the conditions to report the progress of today's work to Hua Baibai. Arrived quickly at 4:30. Cui Kai of Ruiji Group was quite trustworthy, and immediately sent his revised contract documents to Zhang Yunqing in the form of offline documents on QQ. Zhang Yunqing received the document and immediately saved the document in the special folder of the No. 1 Municipal Park project. And directly printed a set of the electronic version of the contract documents sent by Cui Kai. Zhang Yunqing opened his record book, found the data on the printed contract one by one, and checked in the record book whether it was consistent with the record at that time. After the review is completed, it is confirmed that the data in the contract document changed by manager Cui Kai and Cui is consistent with the data recorded in the business negotiation he participated in yesterday. After these things are basically finished, it is almost time to get off work. Zhang Yunqing looked at Huabai's office, and finally returned to the office when it was close to the end of get off work. Zhang Yunqing took the record book and the printed draft of the contract documents changed by Cui Kai to the office of Huabai. Zhang Yunqing asked Hua Baibai and said, Mr. Hua, do you have time now? Hua Baibai said, I just came back to the office after the meeting, and I just have time. If you are looking for me, please tell me directly. Zhang Yunqing said, I have already contacted manager Kai Cui of Ruiji Group and got the contract document he revised. He said that the contract document passed to me is the version that has been reviewed by President Li Chang'an. Hua Baibai said, the version reviewed by President Li is better. Have you compared it? Zhang Yunqing said, the documents that manager Cui Kai and Cui sent in the afternoon are the contract documents approved by their company after business negotiation. I was worried that there might be errors, so I printed them out and compared them with the important data in the notebook I recorded one by one. However, it was finally confirmed that the data written in the contract document is consistent with the data recorded during our negotiation and communication at that time. This is the contract document modified by manager Cui printed by me, please review it. As Zhang Yunqing said that, he handed the printed contract paper documents to Huabai. Hua Baibai took over the contract document and said, I will review it later. If there is no problem, we will immediately start the internal approval process for the contract. You can ask Zhou Jian for the specific sample form, and then you will fill in the form. Zhou Jian will come to various departments for approval. Zhang Yunqing said, okay. I'll go to Zhou Jian to ask for the form document in a while. The Western Construction Fund Planning document compiled by Han Zhaokai, the head of the fund. I have already read it, and I have asked Han Zhaokai Han Gong for advice on what I don't understand. I think that if his document is used as training, he can clearly explain the preparation of the capital plan. Hua Baibai said, yes, Xiao Han, this person, my observation of him is that his writing is not bad and his mind is also smart. He has never been in touch with the preparation of capital plans before. He has a relatively thorough understanding of the preparation of capital plans. Wait a moment, you tell Xiao Han, just say that the documents of his capital plan preparation, I have agreed to use them as training documents, and ask him to arrange this Friday. Training in the afternoon. Zhang Yunqing said, okay. I'll convey your instructions to him later. Zhang Yunqing went on to say, Lin Yiping, the person in charge of the bidding, she compiled the Western Construction bidding workflow. After I read it, I can basically understand it. Hua Baibai said, if you can't understand the process, either you have a problem, or the compiler has a problem. Do you have any suggestions for revision? Zhang Yunqing then replied, it should be understood that those processes are understood. But the middle one is a particularly important link for me, and she did not write it. Hua Baibai asked, which link do you think is particularly important, and she didn't write it? Zhang Yunqing replied, It's the one that compiled the gross profit margin calculation document. I think this is a particularly important link, and she didn't write it. Hua Baibai replied, then how did you deal with it? Zhang Yunqing replied, I asked Lin Gong about this question, because for me, I really don't know how the company does it. After discussion, Lin Gong agreed to make a flow chart for compiling gross profit margin measurement documents to show in this training document. A brief training is given, so that newcomers can come to understand the situation first, so that they can quickly intervene when needed later. Hua Baibai replied, you have done a good job. Lin Yiping has not sent me her revised version document. When you go out, notify her and immediately send the final version document of Western Construction Bidding Workflow, compiled by her. Send it to me for review. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. President Hua. I have finished reporting what I want to report. Hua Baibai said, okay. You have finished reporting. I will combine my participation in the meeting of the business department today. At the meeting, the president of the business department, Mr. Song, arranged a task for our business department. I am thinking about this task and arrange for you. Is it appropriate to do it? Zhang Yunqing said, what is the mission, Mr. Hua, you might as well talk about it. Hua Baibai said, today, President Song has arranged for the Ministry of Commerce to take the lead in establishing a team of self-built workers, including green planting and maintenance workers, garden construction and paving workers, and small workers. Team. Zhang Yunqing said, Mr. Hua, I understand what I mean. Are there any more specific requirements and reminders? Hua Baibai said, President Song said that we can consider whether to establish contact with the government departments of the national poverty-stricken counties to see if they have labor export departments. The specific cooperation model can be determined after investigation and understanding. Zhang Yunqing said, okay. President Hua, I will search the internet when I go to work tomorrow. See if there is any way. Did you say how many people we need? Hua Baibai said, according to the development of our current output value, we need to have about 500 self-owned workers. These forces are only part of the company's production, not all of them. They are a supplement to the way we usually cooperate with suppliers. Zhang Yunqing said, okay. President Hua, then I'll go out first. Zhang Yunqing came out of the century-old office. Seeing that Zhou Jian was still working at the workstation, he went over and said to her, Jian, Mr. Hua said, you have a sample form for the contract approval process, please send a copy to my QQ account. Zhou Jian replied, okay. I'll find it and send it to you right away. Zhang Yunqing saw that Zhou Jian quickly sent the documents of the contract approval process form to his QQ, and thanked Zhou Jian, thank you Jian, after I fill out this document, I can give it to you to help run the back. Approval process? Zhou Jian said, yes. Under normal circumstances, it is filled out by the sponsor, signed and handed to me to go through the approval process. Zhang Yunqing said, okay. Thank you. After Zhang Yunqing finished speaking with Zhou Jian, he saw that Lin Yiping, the bidding person in charge, was still at his workstation, then walked over to her and said, Lin Gong, when I was in the Huazhong office just now, he asked me to inform you as soon as possible. Send him your final version of the Western Construction Bidding Workflow for review. Lin Yiping said, okay, Mr. Zhang, I just completed a little more content. I will send it to President Hua for review immediately. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yunqing replied politely, Gong Lin, you're welcome. After Zhang Yunqing finished speaking, he walked to his workstation and happened to meet Han Zhaokai, the head of funds. Then he said to Han Zhaokai, Mr. Hua said, let me tell you, he has reviewed the training document you prepared for the preparation of Western construction funding plans, and agreed to use it as a training document, so that you can organize the training this Friday afternoon. Han Zhaokai said, okay, thank you Zhang Gong for the notification. Zhang Yunqing saw that more than 10 minutes have passed since the end of get off work. Why haven't everyone left? He asked Han Zhaokai, why don't you all get off work? Han Zhaokai said, because the company has a lot of things and is very busy, Mr. Hua often holds meetings late, and he may need everyone to cooperate with investigation data or report work at any time. Therefore, Mr. Hua later made a rule of the Ministry of Commerce: if he did not have to get off work, everyone can't leave work first, otherwise it will be regarded as leaving early. After listening to Zhang Yunqing, he nodded thoughtfully, and said to Han Zhaokai, "Got it. Thank you." Zhang Yunqing returned to his workstation, sorted out and recorded the important information of the day's work, marked it clearly, and came to work tomorrow. The first thing is to fill in the contract approval process form and hand it over to Zhou Jian to run the process. The second thing to do is to search the internet to study how to establish the company's own workforce. More than 10 minutes later, Hua Bai also picked up the computer bag and left the office to get off work. Everyone tacitly cleaned up their desks, turned off the computer and got ready to get off work. Zhang Yunqing came to Han Zhaokai and asked in a low voice, "Gong Han, are you done with work?" Han Zhaokai said, "It will be over soon, at most 2 minutes." Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay. Do you have any arrangements for the evening? If not, I would like to invite you to dinner." Han Zhaokai said, "There is no arrangement." "Are there many people?" Zhang Yunqing said, "I came here not long ago, and I know very few people. There is no one else here. If you have someone you want to invite, you can invite him to join." Han Zhaokai said with a smile, "I came a month earlier than you, and the situation is similar. There is no one to invite." Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay. Then when you are done, let's go together." Han Zhaokai said, "I'm done with work, I'll turn off the computer immediately and I can leave." Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay, you need to be familiar with it, let's find a delicious place to go." Han Zhaokai said, "Yes, there are many small shops near the company. What would you like to eat?" Zhang Yunqing said, "I don't have a deep research on this aspect, but when people from Sichuan come to Kyoto, they really need to get used to what they eat for a while. You choose a restaurant that you think is delicious, and we can go together." Han Zhaokai thought for a while and said, "Yes, in terms of eating in Kyoto, sheep scorpion is a major feature. There are both big and small shops. We will go to the one that is closer here today, Laoguiyang Scorpion Shop." Zhang Yunqing said, "I want it. Gong Gong, you lead the way ahead, and I'll go with you." Zhang Yunqing asked Han Zhaokai, "How long has it been since Han Gong came to a Western construction company?" Han Zhaokai said, "It's 2 months before you came." Zhang Yunqing asked again, "What did you do before Han Gong came to Western Construction Company?" Han Zhaokai said, "Before I came, the work I did was equivalent to the production of Western companies." Zhang Yunqing said, "Does it work in the project department or in the company headquarters?" Han Zhaokai said, "I was with a private boss at the time. He only had one project in his hand, so he worked in the project department." Zhang Yunqing said, "Is that project big?" Han Zhaokai said, "I'll just do it. I participated in the airport construction project at that time, and the contract value was 100 million yuan. Zhang Yunqing said, "Isn't the salary high at that time?" Han Zhaokai said, "The salary at that time was 10,000 yuan per month." Zhang Yunqing said, "With such a high salary, is he already a project manager on that project?" Han Zhaokai said, "I'm still a little far from the project manager. I'm the deputy manager of the project. I don't have a first-class construction engineer certificate. I'm checking and controlling the operation of the specific project." Zhang Yunqing said, "Then this is equivalent to being directly responsible to your boss." Han Zhaokai said, "Yes, the boss is also the project manager, the relationship is in his hands, and he handles the external contact. Internal operations involve labor service team, labor service unit price, material unit price, material procurement, machinery team, machinery. The unit price will be implemented after I fix it and report it to the boss for approval." Zhang Yunqing said, "Then you are more like the executive manager we said. It seems to have more power than the executive manager." Zhang Yunqing said, then you are more like the executive manager, we said. It seems to have more power than the executive manager. Han Zhaokai said, we'll talk in detail later. When we arrive, it's this old pot yang scorpion. What do you think? Zhang Yunqing said, yes, I believe your recommendation is correct. Han Zhaokai took the lead and walked into the Laoguiyang scorpion shop and said, please help us arrange a table. The waiter asked, sir, how many of you are? Han Zhaokai said, the two of us, arrange a relatively quiet table for us. The waiter said, okay. You two, please come with me. The waiter took the two of them to a relatively remote location in the lobby, facing the street and by the window, and asked, you two, how is this location? Han Zhaokai said, this position is okay, let's sit here. The waiter said, may I ask what would you like to eat? Han Zhaokai said, when you come to your Laoguiyang scorpion shop, naturally you want to eat yang scorpion. How much do you think is suitable for the two of us? The waiter said, sir, are you drinking? Han Zhaokai asked Zhang Yunqing, let's have a drink today and talk slowly. Zhang Yunqing said, okay, just listen to your arrangement. The waiter said, sir, you too, if you want to drink a little wine, it is recommended to order a medium pot and mix. We will have 3 side dishes of vegetarian dishes. If there is not enough time to add more, how about it? Han Zhaokai said, okay. Let's arrange the dishes like this. For wine, Mr. Zhang, do you want to drink beer or liquor? Zhang Yunqing said, in winter, it's so cold. If you drink beer, it's probably a bit unbearable. Is there any local liquor in Kyoto? If there is, let's try it. Han Zhaokai said, Erguoto is the cheap and high-quality wine produced locally. The waiter brought us 2 bottles of Erguoto for 2 taels first. The waiter said, okay. After a few minutes, the dishes and wine were ready. Zhang Yunqing looked at this sheep scorpion like a hot pot no matter how it looked. He also wanted to cook this, but the sheep scorpion had been cooked in advance by the store. After lighting the fire, you can enjoy it when the water boils. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai each opened their own wine and filled the liquor with transparent beer glasses. Zhang Yunqing picked up the wine glass and said, Han Gong, come here and toast to you. I'm here for the first time, so please take care of you in the future. Han Zhaokai picked up the glass and said, Gong Zhang, you're welcome. I can't talk about taking care of you. As for the knowledge of capital planning, I just learned it. If you want, we can discuss and learn at any time. Of course, I come to the business of Western architecture. In fact, I also want to learn about cost. I know that Zhang Gong has rich experience in this field, and I hope to learn about cost from you in the future. Zhang Yunqing said, that's right. You can teach me about capital planning, and I can teach you about cost. It's just that we can help each other. After more than 20 minutes, the faces of the two were flushed red. Zhang Yunqing said, Han Gong, my alcohol intake is not good. If I drink too much, I can't even speak clearly. Han Zhaokai said, I don't drink well either. At most half a caddy of liquor will be quite drunk. Zhang Yunqing said, I see. Gong Gong, it seems that we both are not good at drinking. Otherwise, we can drink as much as we want and have a good time. In life, meeting is a kind of fate. Let's have a good chat. I asked. Ask me what I want to ask. You can also ask what you want to ask. We know everything, we can say everything, and help each other. Look, do you want it? Han Zhaokai said, of course it's good. I'm very happy to be able to do this. Come and go first. Zhang Yunqing picked up the wine glass and said, okay, Gong Gong, come, let's go together. Han Zhaokai put down his glass and said, Gong Zhang. I am now faced with a choice, and I am suffering from not having the right person to communicate with. Zhang Yunqing said, Han Gong, what kind of choice are you facing now? Let's hear it and discuss it. Maybe it can help you come up with an idea. Han Zhaokai said, then I'll talk about it. Please Zhang Gong help me with more references and pointers. Zhang Yunqing said, please speak, I am all ears. Han Zhaokai said, it's like this, Mr. Zhang, my original employer, called me again a few days ago, hoping that I would go back and help him. Now he has another airport job, but this time he is the general contractor. Instead of subcontracting like last time, his profit will be much larger. So he said he needs me to go back and help him. When Zhang Yunqing heard this, the situation was complicated. Zhang Yunqing asked with questions, Han Gong, you don't quite conform to the logic I usually understand. Generally speaking, if you work with a small private boss, you will leave as soon as you leave, and there is very little reason to go back. Why did you leave the old club and then come to Western architecture? Han Zhaokai said, this one needs to be explained. I follow the original owner's surname Liu, let's just call him Boss Liu. When I worked at Boss Liu, I was the deputy project manager and also the actual operator of the project. As a disk executor, I have a good understanding of production management. But I lack the knowledge of budget and settlement. Boss Liu outsourced the budget and settlement work to someone who was introduced by a friend of his, but in his heart I am always worried. When I came to Western Construction, I discussed it with Boss Liu. It happened that the production work of the project had been completed at that time, the completion acceptance work had been successful, and the site was handed over to the builder, and the as-built drawings were all it settled. The remaining main job is the budget officer's business. This way, I have free time. Boss Liu intends to let me out, find a place to work, and designate to learn the budget project. He will call me at any time. Zhang Yunqing said, I understand, that is to say, whether you come to Western architecture or go to Northern architecture, your purpose is to come out, find a place to work, really learn budget knowledge and improve your overall quality level. Han Zhaokai said, yes. Therefore, it is precisely because of this requirement that many companies do not approve and are unwilling to give opportunities. After looking for a job for several months, we spend a lot of money in Western construction. When interviewing me, the requirement is to recruit a person in charge of funds, and the requirement is full-time. As for me, I will make 2 points. 1, the person in charge of funds has never done this job before, and needs guidance from the company. 2, I came from the Ministry of Commerce, a lot of people and things are related to budget and cost, I asked to learn budget knowledge with the help of the company. Zhang Yunqing said, then these conditions should be met. Han Zhaokai said, Mr. Hua promised me all these conditions. Zhang Yunqing said, there is a more critical issue in the middle. Your original job is a very important position, and it is normal to receive 10,000 yuan every month. But after you came to Western architecture, you took this position, can I still give you that much monthly salary? Han Zhaokai said, this month's salary was actually a simple idea at the time, and I thought it would not have much impact, so it was implemented according to the company's standards. Zhang Yunqing said, it should have been implemented for a few months now. Are you satisfied with the monthly salary standard implemented by the company? Han Zhaokai said, guess what's the monthly salary for this position? Zhang Yunqing said, up to now, my understanding of the company is limited to the part that can be publicly inquired on the internet. Regarding the salary standard of this position, I have no ability to guess. You should tell me directly, it will be simpler. Han Zhaokai said, it's normal to be unsure. Come and drink at least a thumb deep. Zhang Yunqing replied dazedly, yes, drink a thumb deep. After the two put down their wine glasses, Han Zhaokai sighed and said, the salary standard for the person in charge of the company's capital is about 6,000 to 8,000 yuan, and Mr. Hua said that I will come and go first, which means that the standard is 6,000 yuan. Monthly pre-tax wages. Zhang Yunqing asked, is this salary standard enough for you in Kyoto? Han Zhaokai said, this is the pre-tax standard. 5 insurances, 1 housing fund, and personal income tax are also deducted. After the deduction, there is not much. There is not enough money. Just the remaining salary balance, use after paying rent, living expenses, water bills, electricity bills, gas bills, central heating bills, TV bills, broadband bills, and pass-through bills. If you want to smoke a pack of cigarettes a month, you have to save and plan to smoke. If you want to buy some for your girlfriend, things like that, the economy would appear to be quite strained that month. After Zhang Yunqing listened to Han Zhaocai's introduction, he deeply realized that Han Zhaocai's situation was slightly better than when he was looking for a job in the capital city in the year of SARS. At least he now has food and shelter. At that time, he had no idea where he lived and what he would eat. At that time, Zhang Yunqing had just failed to start a business for the first time, and decided to work in the capital to seek development. Because of his low diploma and no strong qualification certificate in his hand, he had been looking for a job for more than a month and could not find a suitable job. Zhang Yunqing wanted to find a job with a monthly salary of at least 3,000 yuan, but under his own conditions, no one was willing to pay such a high monthly salary. At that time, Zhang Yunqing only had 1,500 yuan borrowed from his family, but after looking for a job for more than a month, he could not find a satisfactory one for both parties, and the money would soon be spent. As a result, SARS came unfortunately again, disrupting everyone's life. At that time, I was afraid to see a stranger. How dare I continue to look for a job with great fanfare? So Zhang Yunqing decided that anyone who cares about how much money they give to go to work can at least solve the problem of food and lodging. In this way, he entered a company that was willing to give him the opportunity to learn about road and bridge projects, but Zhang Yunqing did not understand the budget of roads and bridges, so he had to relearn the budget expertise of roads and bridges. Zhang Yunqing sighed in his heart. It's true that each life is unsatisfactory in its own way, and every family has a book that is difficult to read. Seeing that Zhang Yunqing hadn't spoken for a long time, Han Zhaocai thought he didn't say something right, so he raised the glass and said, "What's the matter?" "Zhang Gong, drink, drink, come and come, let's give him a thumbs down." Zhang Yunqing pulled back his thoughts when he heard Han Zhaocai calling for a drink. He picked up his glass and took a sip. Zhang Yunqing said, "Then you are in this situation, what are you thinking about?" Han Zhaocai said, "Ordinarily, I should go back to the original owner directly. But the current President Hua is also very good to me. When I didn't understand the funding plan, I was recruited to be the fund manager. If I leave, it will definitely have an impact on the business of the Ministry of Commerce." Zhang Yunqing said, "Then there is another question. Your old employer is calling you back now. What position and salary have you agreed?" Han Zhaocai said, "If I go back now, I will be the project manager directly. The old boss, Boss Liu, said when he called me that the annual salary is calculated at 360,000 yuan, which translates to 30,000 yuan per month. Those bonuses, when the time comes, I will after going there, we will propose a bonus incentive policy for the managers of the entire project department, which can be implemented with the approval of Boss Liu." Zhang Yunqing said, "If this is the case, the income difference between the two sides is too big. The choice should be without suspense. Why do I think you are indecisive?" Han Zhaocai said, "I am a relatively trustworthy person. I have already promised Mr. Hua to work in Western buildings. Now I have just learned a little bit of knowledge, and I have not even a follower, which means that the handover is a problem. If I do this, I always think that I am a bit backslidden, and I am sorry that Mr. Hua took a risk to give me this learning opportunity. The hurdle in my heart is a little hard to overcome. So I feel very troubled during this time." Zhang Yunqing said, "Actually, let's take a good look at this matter. Have you figured out what you really want in your heart?" Han Zhaocai said, "I don't have any lofty ideals in this peaceful society. To put it simply and directly, I just want to earn more money reasonably and legally, be more economically free, and have a higher sense of happiness in life." Zhang Yunqing said, "Yes, Mr. Han, I agree with your idea. So now there are at least two options in front of you. 1. Continue to be the head of funds in Western buildings and continue to learn the budget, learn the cost. 2. accept the invitation of the old owner, Boss Lu, and be hired as his project manager with a high salary, so that you can stand alone. Let's start with the economic income level. Which one should you choose? Han Zhaokai smiled and said, the first item has an annual salary of 72,000 yuan, and the second item has an annual salary of 360,000 yuan and bonuses. In terms of direct economic benefits, of course, the second item is chosen. Zhang Yinqing said, okay. What about the future development prospects of these two? According to your own understanding, which one will be better in the future? Han Zhaokai said, the first one is to be the person in charge of funds, and the salary in the future is estimated to reach a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, which is quite powerful. Secondly, the budget and cost are not so easy to learn for me. I have studied it during this period of time. Some related book knowledge, I feel quite a head-scratcher. For me, this road is not a question of how good the future development is, but a question of whether it can go on smoothly. Zhang Yinqing said, Article 1, the analysis is good. What about Article 2? Han Zhaokai said, Article 2, accept the invitation of the old boss Lu, to be his project manager. First of all, I have a precedent and I am confident that I am fully competent. Secondly, Boss Lu is not only this project, his project is still it is increasing continuously, so for me, apart from the project manager level, working there, it is easy to be appreciated, and it is easy to be promoted and reused in the future. Zhang Yinqing said, we have analyzed the two paths clearly from the perspective of the economic situation and future development. So in theory, shouldn't this choice be easy? Han Zhaokai said, yes, no matter what, you should choose to follow Boss Lu to develop. Zhang Yinqing said, have you figured out what the main factor affecting your decision to make a choice is? Han Zhaokai said, I always thought that Mr. Hua was better to me. I came here like this and learned about the preparation of financial planning, so I got up and ran away, which seemed quite indignant. I am despised by others, and I can't see it myself. Zhang Yinqing said, okay. According to what you said, you must be worthy of Mr. Hua's understanding on this surface. You should stay in a Western company and work hard and give up developing with Boss Lu. Then ask yourself several times, I thought in my heart, don't say it, do you think you should have been in a Western company, give up Boss Lu, who has better development conditions, and try to repay Mr. Hua's care for your entry? After listening to Zhang Yinqing's words, Han Zhaokai fell into contemplation, and said after a long time, I don't want to stay in Western buildings under this situation, and I want to go to Boss Lu to develop, I think that is where my real peace is. World. Zhang Yinqing said, one more question. The work you are doing now is the preparation of capital plans. Is it impossible for Western buildings to operate without you? Once you leave, it will bring infinite and immeasurable losses to the company. Han Zhaokai replied, I think if I leave, it can't be as serious as what you said. It's like before I came, he didn't have a special person for this job, and the company's fifth business department is also running normally, but it's just that maybe some people will be assigned more tasks and it will be harder. Zhang Yinqing said, that is to say, it may bring personnel turmoil to President Hua, and affect the handover work before and after. Han Zhaokai said, yes, I have been struggling with this, so although Boss Lu's conditions are good, but I have no way to ask President Hua to resign. Zhang Yinqing said, it is very good for a person to have a grateful heart like you, and it is also worth promoting. But when we face a major turning point in our life, if the choice can lead to better results for us, why don't we make a sensible choice? Han Zhaokai said, yes, I understand, I decided to go to Boss Lu. For my own better future, I need to make such a choice. However, Zhang Gong, if we can, think of a more appropriate one. If there is a way to solve the problem of how to face Huazong, it will be more perfect. Zhang Yinqing said, the matter of Mr. Hua is not unsolvable. It depends on whether you leave the Western building immediately, or you can take a steady period of time, for example, wait for half a month and wait for a month before leaving. Han Zhaokai said, as for this time issue, Boss Lu has also taken into consideration. It will take at least 1.5 months for the project on his side to really start, so he gave me the deadline to be able to do a good job in the West within 1 month. The resignation formalities of the construction are not completed, so the impact on Boss Lu will be very small. Of course, he also said that it would be best if he could go to work immediately. Zhang Yunqing said, "Such a 1-month time difference, I think it is enough for you to do things beautifully. If it is done enough to be worthy of the spending, it is always worthy of the company." Han Zhaokai said, "Oh, Zhang Gong, you have a solution, hurry up and talk." Zhang Yunqing said, "This matter is divided into several steps. 1. You should report to President Hua as soon as possible that you must resign. If he does not agree, you can tell him the real reason for your resignation, because you are facing an important turning point. If you choose, please ask Mr. Hua from the perspective of a leader and a friend to help you analyze the current situation you are facing and see whether you should stay or leave. Be sure to express that no matter what advice Mr. Hua gives you, you will always remember it, thankful." Han Zhaokai said, "I understand the first step. I will go to him early tomorrow morning to report this matter." Zhang Yunqing said, "I can't report at that time. Maybe if he gets angry, he will have a whole day, which is not very good. You can choose to ask the leader to delay a few minutes at noon when everyone is not busy, so as to help you guide your life." Han Zhaokai said, "Okay, this is a good idea. With normal judgment, Mr. Hua should also let me choose a better path. But it is estimated that he will also let me help solve the problem that he is not used by anyone." Zhang Yunqing said, "Yes, your analysis is very reasonable. The second step is to propose a solution to who will be the person in charge of funds after you leave." Han Zhaokai said, "It's just that there is no one, someone can solve the problem." Zhang Yunqing reminded, "Look, what kind of work does Li Wenwen do?" Han Zhaokai said, "She is the human resources person in charge of our 5th business unit. Of course, she is in charge of recruiting." "Do you mean to let her recruit people right away?" Zhang Yunqing said, "Tomorrow you can choose to bring some snacks to Li Wenwen, get close, and inquire about the news." Han Zhaokai said, "How long does it take for her to recruit a fund manager?" Zhang Yunqing said, "You don't need to ask like that. You can ask, there are a lot of these people who have been recruited recently, but some people may not be skilled enough or not suitable for the company, in terms of the recently recruited cost personnel, bidders, fund managers and other candidates, in addition to those who have already joined, are there any personnel who were reserved as candidates at that time?" After hearing what Zhang Yunqing said, Han Zhaokai laughed loudly and said, "Gong Zhang, you are really thoughtful. If she has candidates, as long as Mr. Hua is determined, she will probably be able to come in a day or two." Newcomer. Come, Zhang Gong, I respect you, that's great." Zhang Yunqing said, "Step 3, what should you do you know?" Han Zhaokai said, "The third step is my business. I have to ensure that within a week, I will guard the newly recruited fund manager and give him a thorough training session, so that the flower will not meet because I leave and bring it to him. Pain to come." Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, "That's the truth. The faster the new fund manager learns, the better you will learn. The more you can treat Mr. Hua, the more you can explain the past from your heart. At the same time, the new fund manager will, because selflessly teach him and take him, he will also appreciate you, and it is very likely that you will gain a friend." Han Zhaokai realized, "Zhang Gong, through today's chat, I realized that we have to think of ways to do everything. If one fails, if you think about another, you may always be able to find a solution." Zhang Yunqing said, "Yes. Others say that there are always more solutions than difficulties. As long as we strengthen the dream in our hearts, it is possible for us to realize it one day in the future by our own choices and our own efforts." Han Zhaokai replied, "Okay, Zhang Gong, my dream is to make more money. Come, let's toast for the dream." Zhang Yunqing saw that he had almost finished drinking, and it was too late, so he suggested, "Han Gong, tonight, we are having a good time, so let's go." Han Zhaokai said, if you want it, let's go tonight. The waiter will pay for it. Zhang Yinqing said, Han Gong, I already paid the bill when I went to the toilet first, let's go. The waiter walked over and said, Sir, you have already paid for this table. Please walk slowly, welcome to come again. Han Zhaokai said to Zhang Yinqing, Gong Zhang, I solved such a big thing for me today, how can you still pay for it? Zhang Yinqing said with a smile, these are all trivial matters, as long as everyone is happy. I live in room 1, 27th floor, unit 1, building 1, Daitanjuan. Are we far apart? Han Zhaokai smiled, it seems that our fate is really not shallow. I live in building 16 in the same community. Let's go back to the community to rest, let me lead the way, I'm familiar with it. Zhang Yinqing said, okay. After that, it will be more convenient for us to chat after get off work. After Zhang Yinqing said goodbye to Han Zhaokai downstairs in the community, he took the elevator upstairs. After drinking, Zhang Yinqing felt tired and went to bed quickly. The next day, Thursday, the 8 o'clock alarm went off again. After Zhang Yinqing got up, he soon arrived at the office. After Zhang Yinqing turned on the computer, he first found the form for the approval process of the contract sent by Zhou Jian, and saved a file named Rueji Group No. 1, Municipal Park Approval Process Form for the contract. After Zhang Yinqing opened the form, he looked at the sample form. The main contents to be filled in are, project construction unit name, project location, project contract amount, project payment terms, project estimated gross profit rate, etc. Zhang Yinqing quickly filled out the form, printed out a copy, and solemnly signed his name on the sponsor. Zhang Yinqing started searching online for how to build his own workforce and how to manage it. Zhang Yinqing is thinking that the size of the team of green workers is about 500. You can find leaders in some poor counties who are in charge of agriculture. If they export labor services, it is best to have labor subsidies and technical training for labor professionals. Then find a few people with authority among these workers, and let each of them manage 100 people as captains. In this case, the prototype of the self-service labor team will be formed. As for how the salary standard will be determined and paid in the future, it can be considered and negotiated in the next step. At about 8:50, Zhang Yinqing saw that Zhou Jian had come to the office. Zhang Yinqing took the printed Rueji Group No. 1, Municipal Park Approval Process Form, to Zhou Jian's workstation and said hello, Jian, early. Zhou Jian saw that Zhang Yinqing was holding an A4 printed form and asked, Mr. Zhang, good morning. Have you filled out the form sent to you yesterday? Zhang Yinqing handed the form in his hand to Zhou Jian and said, Jian, this is the first time I fill out this form for the company. I also need your help to check. If there is something wrong, please point it out, and I can revise it immediately. Zhou Jian took the form and document handed over by Zhang Yinqing and looked at it carefully. About 5 minutes later, Zhou Jian said to Zhang Yinqing, Zhang Gong, you are too kind. I read all the forms you filled in just now, word for word. I didn't see any problems. I'll find him after Mr. Hua goes to work. Sign off. Zhang Yinqing replied, okay, then I will trouble you. Zhang Yinqing returned to his workstation and continued to think about the establishment of a self-built workforce. Zhang Yinqing searched the internet again and selected some relatively remote poverty-stricken counties, namely Hongxin County, Luan County, Wuliao County, Dongli County, and Wuhan County. Zhang Yinqing browsed the websites of these 5 counties one by one. Record their telephone numbers of the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau and the Agricultural Bureau respectively. It looks like it's past 9 o'clock. They began to call one by one to communicate with each other to understand the situation. The first call was to Hongxin County Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. After Zhang Yinqing answered the phone, he asked politely, excuse me, is this the Hongxin County Human Resources and Social Security Bureau? The other party replied on the phone, this is the Hongshin County Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. What's the matter with you? Zhang Yunqing said, hello, I'm Zhang Yunqing from the Commerce Department of the 5th Division of Kyoto Western Construction Company. Our company wants to build a team of self-built workers, so I'll call you to see if we can establish a cooperative relationship. The other party replied on the phone, then what kind of people are you going to recruit for your self-built worker team? Zhang Yunqing replied, our company's self-built worker team is to recruit migrant workers, both skilled and unskilled migrant workers. The overall scale needs to be about 500 people. You can see what our Human Resources and Social Security Bureau can do. Could you provide some HR help with this event? The other party replied impatiently on the phone, the recruitment of migrant workers is not managed by our Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. The Human Resources and Social Security Bureau can manage the employment issues of the children who graduated from universities, technical secondary schools and other schools. Zhang Yunqing said, I thought the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau was in charge of this matter. Could you please tell me which department in Hongshin County is in charge of the export of migrant workers? The other party replied on the phone, I haven't heard that Hongshin County has a department that manages the export of migrant workers. There was a beep on the phone. Zhang Yunqing's first call to the Hongshin County Human Resources and Social Security Bureau ended, and no useful information was obtained. Zhang Yunqing went to the internet to search for information such as Migrant Worker Export and Migrant Worker Export Management Department, but still could not find the correct answer on the internet. Zhang Yunqing had to reconsider how to succeed in establishing his own workforce. Zhang Yunqing himself is also a rural person, and when he was in the countryside, he had never heard of any department managing the export of migrant workers. Zhang Yunqing is also a rural native. When he was in the countryside, he never heard of any department managing the export of migrant workers. Zhang Yunqing thought for a while, but couldn't think of a reason, and it didn't matter if he couldn't think of it in his heart. Then he called again, maybe which department in which county might be managing this incident, just find a department that is managing this matter, or in the process, it is easy to know where to find a large number of migrant workers. Zhang Yunqing then called the Hongshin County Agricultural Bureau, but the line was busy and could not get through. After a while, Zhang Yunqing continued to call the Hongshin County Agricultural Bureau. After a few seconds, the call was connected, and the other party's voice came from the receiver, hello, this is the Hongshin County Agricultural Bureau. Zhang Yunqing said politely, hello. I'm Zhang Yunqing from Western Construction Company. What's your surname? I have something to ask you about. The other party replied, don't worry, my surname is Wang. What do you want to ask? Zhang Yunqing continued, our company wants to recruit 500 migrant workers in your county, but I don't know if we can consult with your bureau. The other party replied, our agriculture bureau has nothing to do with the recruitment of migrant workers. What about the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau? Zhang Yunqing said, I called the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau of Guixian County, and they said they didn't care about the recruitment of migrant workers, so I thought the migrant workers were related to the Agricultural Bureau, so I called your bureau to inquire about the situation. The other party replied, our Agricultural Bureau really doesn't manage the recruitment of migrant workers or the export of migrant workers, so I can't help you. I'm in a hurry, boy, I've hung up. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, thank you. Zhang Yunqing then called Luan County Human Resources and Social Security Bureau and asked, hello, does your bureau know how to recruit migrant workers in your county? The staff of Luan County Human Resources and Social Security Bureau replied, I just came here, and I am not familiar with the affairs of the bureau. Do you think this is good? I will help the bureau to ask about the situation today. You can call again tomorrow. It's okay. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I'll cause you trouble. Zhang Yunqing continued to call Luan County Agricultural Bureau, hello, do you know where to recruit a large number of migrant workers in your county? The staff of the Agriculture Bureau replied, I don't know where to recruit migrant workers, but there is an agricultural technical school in our county, which trains technical personnel related to agricultural production. I think you can contact them to confirm." After listening, Zhang Yunqing said, "Well, that's great. Do you have the contact number of that technical school?" The staff of the Agricultural Bureau replied, "Yes, the phone number is 08XX 6688 XXX, have you recorded it?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I wrote it down, the phone number is 08XX 6688 XXX, and the phone number is still 7 digits, right?" The Farm Bureau employee replied, "The phone number is correct. Is there anything else?" Zhang Yunqing said, "There is nothing else to do, thank you. Bye." Zhang Yunqing continued to call the technical school provided by Luanqi Agricultural Bureau. After getting through, he said, "Hello, teacher. I'm Zhang Yunqing from Western Construction. Our company wants to recruit 500 workers, and I want to find out about your school." The teacher of the technical school replied, "Mr. Zhang, what type and specialty are you recruiting for 500 workers?" Zhang Yunqing asked, "Our company needs 150 skilled workers among the 500 people we want to recruit. The technical content involved is the planting and maintenance of green seedlings, and the decoration technicians for garden construction and pavement. Your school has professionals involved in these majors?" Students? The teacher of the technical school replied, "Our school does not currently have a major that corresponds to what you said." Zhang Yunqing wanted to make a phone call, so he wanted to know more about the situation, so he continued to ask, "What majors does your school have?" The teacher of the technical school replied, "Our current technical school. There are roughly a dozen major categories such as machinery, automobiles, computers, catering services, and style. The type you are talking about actually belongs to the engineering category, and our school does not have related majors. If not, what about other schools?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay. Got it, thank you teacher for your guidance. Bye." Zhang Yunqing then continued to call the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau and the Agricultural Bureau of the 3 remaining counties, Wuliao County, Dongli County, and Wuhan County, to inquire about how to recruit a large number of migrant workers. Zhou Jiyan immediately sent the Ruiji Group No. 1 Municipal Park Approval Process form given to her by Zhang Yunqing to the office when she saw that Mr. Zhou Jiyan asked for instructions. "Mr. Hua, this form was filled out by Zhang Yunqing and Zhang Gong this morning and gave it to me. You need to sign and review it." Hua Baibai arranged, "This electronic version of the contract document, Zhang Gong has already sent it to me, no problem, but the leaders of other departments do not know the specific details. I will sign it for you first, and you will let Zhang the worker prints out the contract document as an attachment to this approval form, and then goes to other leaders to sign it." Zhou Jiyan replied, "Okay, Mr. Hua, I'll take the document you signed to ask Zhang Gong to print the contract document." Zhou Jiyan came to Zhang Yunqing's workstation after coming out of Huabai's office, but Zhang Yunqing was on the phone and was waiting there. Zhang Yunqing saw that Zhou Jiyan came with the form documents that he gave her in the morning to go through the signing and approval process, but ended the call in a hurry, and asked Zhou Jiyan, "Jiyan, is there something wrong with the form I filled out?" Zhou Jiyan replied, "The form you filled in has already been signed by Mr. Hua, but he arranged for me to find you and ask me to print out the contract documents corresponding to this form, and then go to the back to sign and approve after the attachments." Zhang Yunqing smiled embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, you should print it when you ask Mr. Hua to sign." Zhou Jiyan said, "It's okay, Mr. Hua said he knew the content of the contract and had no opinion, so he signed it first." Zhang Yunqing quickly printed out the documents of the contract for Ruiji Group No. 1 Municipal Park, and simply stapled it with a stapler, and handed it to Zhou Jiyan. He said, "Jiyan, please run through the subsequent signing and approval process. If you have any questions that need to be explained, you can come to me." Zhou Jiyan took over the contract document and replied, "Okay, I'll go and ask President Song of the 5th Business Unit to sign it." Zhou Jiyan came to the office of President Song, President of the 5th Division, holding the printed documents and signature form of the contract of Rueji Group No. 1, Municipal Park. The report said, Mr. Song, this is the contract document for Rueji Group No. 1, Municipal Park that has been reviewed by President Hua. Now you need to take time to sign and approve it. Song Ziyuan, President of the 5th Business Unit, arranged, okay. There are still some details to be communicated about this contract. You should inform the Minister of Commerce to spend 100 years and come to me at 2 p.m. Zhou Jian replied, okay, Mr. Song, I will inform Minister Hua now. After Zhou Jian came out of the office of Song Ziyuan, the president of the 5th Business Department, she went to the office of Hua Baiyan and reported to Hua Baihui, Mr. Hua, when I went to ask Mr. Song to sign the contract for the No. 1 Municipal Park of Rueji Group, Mr. Song said, please go to him at 2 p.m. today to discuss the details of this contract. Hua Baibai said, okay, I see. Jian, at 1:55 p.m., if you see that I haven't reported to Mr. Song, remember to remind me. Zhou Jian replied, yes, I will set an alarm for 1:55 p.m., and I will remind you when the time comes. Zhou Jian saw that Han Zhaokai was coming to Huabeian office, so she hurriedly left Huabeian office, so as not to interfere with Han Zhaokai coming in to report to Huabeian. After Han Zhaokai entered Huabei's office, he asked for instructions, Mr. Hua, do you have time? I need to teach you a question for about 10 minutes. After spending 100 years listening to Han Zhaocai's words, he pointed to the seat and said to Han Zhaokai, sit down and talk. It's almost noon now, and there is nothing to worry about at the moment. Do you have any questions? So polite and formal. After sitting down, Han Zhaokai reported, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Hua for giving me the opportunity to be the fund manager and let me learn the importance of this fund plan. I also made a request when I first joined the company. I hope you also agree that you can let me learn about cost. During this time, I found some books on cost to learn by myself. It feels too difficult, not as easy as I thought, and I am not interested in learning. Hua Baibai immediately replied, thank you, I don't need it. I am also a person who needs such a position. Although you didn't know it at the time, but you are willing to study hard. In such a short period of time, you see, you have not learned it. Fund planning the work is also well done, and there have been no major mistakes. As for cost knowledge, you feel that it is more difficult to learn. One may be the reason for your own self-study, and the method is not necessarily the right one. The second is the cost of learning. It looks simple, but it is really difficult and cumbersome to learn. If you are really not interested in studying, you cannot study. You do not learn cost knowledge, it only affects whether you have one more skill in the future. For our department, as long as you do the work related to the capital plan, you will complete your own work and will not bring drag to the department. Han Zhaokai continued to ask, Mr. Hua, if I only do the work of capital planning in the company, how much can my salary and benefits be up to in the future? Hua Baibai replied, this job is highly substitutable. When the company designed this position, the standard set by the company was a monthly salary range of 600 to 800. In the future, when the scale of the projects done by the 5 business divisions becomes larger, this standard should be raised. According to my understanding of this position, maybe the monthly salary of 10,000 yuan should be almost the top. Han Zhaokai said, in Kyoto, everything costs money. If the monthly salary can reach the standard of 10,000 yuan after working for a few years, my life will be more difficult. And the knowledge of cost will not be learned in a while. And I have no interest in learning, and I want to rely on learning more about the cost of construction to improve my income and treatment in the company, so it seems that it is basically unworkable. After spending 100 years listening to Han Zhaocai's talk, he said, this is the situation, so I agree with you to work harder and learn the cost knowledge, which is equivalent to giving you a chance to improve your salary by your own efforts under the current system of the company. If people want to get a better and better future, they must rely on their own efforts. Han Zhaokai, yes, Mr. Hua, you are right about people who should work hard. But I have also heard others say that if the direction is wrong, all efforts will be in vain. For me, I am more good at project management of airport construction, and this cost work is one of the jobs I am not good at. Therefore, if the company has the project management work of airport construction, I should be able to do it and be happier. Hua bye-bye, our Western Architecture is an engineering company in the construction engineering category. Where does the airport construction project come from? The airport construction project is simply irrelevant to our type of company. Han Zhaokai said, yes, I understand this. So I think if this continues, it is very likely that my monthly salary in a Western construction company will be fixed at 10,000 yuan per month. If this is the case, this is not what I think. Therefore, I hope to be able to choose a better place. The reason why I am talking about it now is that one is worried that you will be angry, and the other is that I also regard you as a teacher. So I hope to be able to express my current situation to you clearly. Please help me judge and give me a guide. It took 100 years to think that this Han Zhaokai would have the idea of leaving so soon, and listening to this posture, had he already found a place to go, so he seemed a little unhappy, and his face felt a lot darker. Hua bye-bye didn't want to find out by himself, so he said slowly, then you can continue. Han Zhaokai went on to say, Mr. Hua, before I came to Western Construction, the boss of the old company I used to work for, his surname is Liu, let's call him Boss Liu for the time being. Boss Liu recently took over an airport construction project, some time ago. Call me and ask me to quit my current job and become a project manager for him. After recalling the information he learned when recruiting Han Zhaokai, Hua Hyundai replied, you were with him at the time, weren't you also the actual project manager? He offered you a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan at that time. Although our salary is lower here, but it is a regular company with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. It is not like their private stalls, and they may not pay wages at any time. I feel that if you choose to go there, it may not be a good choice. Han Zhaokai said, the project at that time was smaller, with only 100 million yuan. At that time, Boss Liu started his career. Various managements were not standardized. Now Boss Liu has officially acquired a qualified airport construction company. This time the project I managed when I went back was many times larger than the original project in terms of the construction contract amount. And when I went back, I was the project manager in full responsibility, not just the deputy project manager exercising the rights of the project executive manager. So the salary is much higher than the original monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Hua bye-bye asked back, how much higher can it be? For small bosses like Boss Liu and small businesses, it is better to save a little bit. Generally speaking, it is estimated that the salary level is 20 to 30% higher than the original salary level. Yes. Han Zhaokai thought about it for a while, and it seemed that he had to tell the truth, otherwise it would take him 100 years to see how much difference he would make after adjusting in this way, and it would be difficult for him to agree with his other choice. Han Zhaokai sat up straight and answered Hua bye-bye seriously, Mr. Hua, Boss Liu's treatment for me is not just 20 to 30% higher than the original salary level. It's a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, and the bonus is waiting for me to go. After that, the bonus plan for the entire project can be prepared after being reviewed and approved by Boss Liu. Hua bye-bye was surprised to see Han Zhaokai saying, the salary difference between the front and back is so big. What if there is something tricky in it? What if he doesn't keep his promise after you pass? Han Zhaokai replied, don't worry about this. If you agree to the past, you will first need to sign a labor contract, and the salary conditions for communication will be written into the contract. At the same time, the position of project manager for such a large project can also allow Boss Liu to have the job. I have enough confidence to offer this salary. I think Boss Liu asked me to be the project manager, not necessarily just because I can manage the project, because there are not many people who can manage the project. The more important reason may be through the original in terms of project management, I did not find any problems in my financial affairs, so I was judged as a person worthy of his trust. If the project manager of a project cannot get the full trust of the boss, the consequences are disastrous. Hua bye bye Q U0026A, if you say that, your choice should be more clear. Han Zhaokai replied neatly, based on the situation, I think I should choose to continue to work with Boss Lu. Because I don't have a deep understanding of Western architecture, I specially came to ask Mr. Hua to help analyze and guide. Hua bye bye sighed slightly and said, you just learned about this funding plan and left. Where can I find the right person in a short period of time? This day and night, the annoying thing is that it's quite a lot. Han Zhaokai quickly replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Hua, I also know that this choice will cause you trouble. I've been thinking about it, is there a way to have the best of both worlds? Hua bye bye said, have you found a way? Han Zhaokai replied, the way, I really found one. I'll report to you and see if it's suitable. It took 100 years to think, this kid is determined to leave, and he thinks everything about it. Then he nodded angrily and motioned for Han Zhaokai to continue talking. Han Zhaokai continued to report, the substitutability of this person in charge of funds is relatively high. So I went to trouble Li Wenwen of Human Resources and learned about her recruitment information in the past few months. There are some talents in reserve, including a man named Su Dequai has made it clear that he is willing to be the fund manager. Now this time is still within the time limit that Su Dequai promised to come to work at any time. As long as you agree to recruit Su Dequai to be the fund manager, I am confident that I will teach him to do the work of capital planning within a week. In this way, I can minimize the personnel impact on our Ministry of Commerce because I choose to work with Boss Lu. Hua bye bye said, Xiao Han, I don't agree with your resignation from Western architecture. Your comprehension is high. In fact, you can learn everything quickly. As long as the cost knowledge is taught by suitable people, it is not impossible to learn. Here comes Zhang Yinqing, you can try to get in touch with him more, and then find out if you can quickly learn to do budget work. Han Zhaokai can also understand that Hua bye bye would not be able to agree to his resignation request immediately. Then he replied, thank you, Mr. Hua, I can go to Zhonggong to communicate with you about the situation. Please Mr. Hua, you should also consider my situation. Do you have any other arrangements, Mr. Hua? If not, I will go out first. Hua bye bye replied, I remember that you had a training on a funded plan on Friday. You must organize this training on time. Han Zhaokai said, okay. There is no problem with this. Hua bye bye waited for Han Zhaokai to leave the office, then quickly left his office and walked towards Li Wenwen. Li Wenwen happened to be in the office. She had been watching flowers for 100 years and greeted with a smile, Mr. Hua, please take a seat. If you need me to do anything, please arrange it directly. After Hua bye bye sat down, he looked at Li Wenwen and said slowly, is there a person named Su Dequai in your talent pool? Li Wenwen replied quickly, there is this person, he is applying for the position of fund manager. Hua bye asked, when can Su Dequai come to work? Li Wenwen said, isn't the current fund manager Han Zhaokai? The company has a fixed number of staff and will not agree to assign 2 fund managers to our Ministry of Commerce. Even if Han Zhaokai has a lot of things, at most one assistant can solve it. No need to hire 2 money managers. Hua bye bye said, Han Zhaokai has formally asked me to resign just now. In order to ensure the normal operation of the Ministry of Commerce, I did not agree to his resignation request. However, it is estimated that if this continues, Han Zhaokai will not be able to retain Han Zhaokai. Everyone is getting more and more unhappy. Now Han Zhaokai suggested that we recruit Su Dequai as soon as possible, and he promised to help us take Su Dequai's training meeting. I think this is a better way at present, and I will report it to the company leaders. I'll handle the matter, you don't have to worry about it. You can just find a way to recruit this Su Dequai, and it's best to be able to catch up. This Friday afternoon, Han Zhaokai will organize a special training session on capital planning. After Li Wenwen understood it, she replied, Mr. Hua, wait a moment, I'll call Su Dequai to confirm. Li Wenwen called Su Dequai and asked, Su Gong, is it convenient for you to speak now? Su Dequai said on the phone, Li Gong, it's convenient. What's the matter, please tell me. Li Wenwen said politely, Su Gong, the last time you came to apply for the position of fund manager in our Western construction, we had all negotiated the salary at that time, but I needed to ask the leaders for instructions, so I didn't decide when I would need you to come. Going to work. This morning, the company leader gave me instructions and agreed that you will take up the position of fund manager. At the same time, I hope you can go to the company to go through the onboarding procedures before this Friday afternoon, and you need to participate in the training session organized by the company in the afternoon. Su Dequai said on the phone, yes, Li Gong, then I will report to the company at the time required by the company. Li Wenwen said happily, okay, Su Gong. When you come to the company, please remember to bring your ID card, graduation certificate, bank card, etc., and prepare a copy of these certificates and cards. See you on Friday morning. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Li Wenwen happily reported to Hua Centennial Hui, Su Dequai, agree to come. After Hua Bye listened to Li Wenwen's report, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and politely said to Li Wenwen, it's hard for you to follow up on Su Dequai's entry into the job. After he reported, he arranged for him to sit next to Han Zhaocai's station, with Han Zhaokai training him about the funding plan. Li Wenwen replied firmly, Mr. Hua, don't worry, there will be no surprises when Su Dequai joins the post. After spending 100 years communicating with Li Wenwen and arranging Su Dequai's appointment, he went to the staff cafeteria to eat something, then went back to the office and sat on a chair to squint for a while. The personnel of the Ministry of Commerce, such as fund managers, general cost clerks, order runners, and bidders, who have spent hundreds of years in charge, frequently change. From time to time, it would always bring him troubles with work arrangements. It took him 100 years to think that these problems must be solved, otherwise the volume of the project in the coming year will be larger, and if this happens, it will be unbearable. Zhang Yunqing called Hongxin County, Luan County, Wuliao County, Dongli County, Wuhan County and other 5 counties. The specific situation he learned was sorted and recorded in the notebook, and he was going to spend 100 years after going to work in the afternoon. Report and ask for instructions on how to handle this self-built workforce. Seeing that it was time to go to work in the afternoon, Zhang Yunqing took the record book to the door of Huabai's office and knocked gently on the door. After a while, Hua Hundred's voice came out, please come in. Zhang Yunqing opened the door of Hua Bai's office and walked to the desk. Hua Bai said to Zhang Yunqing, Yunqing, please take a seat. What are you looking for me for? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Hua, about the self-built worker team. I called the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau, the Agriculture Bureau, and a technical school in 5 counties in the morning for a total of 11 units for consultation. First, these units are currently there are no ready-made conditions to provide migrant workers. Second, individual units have put forward some opinions, such as how the salary and treatment of these 500 people are determined, whether the annual workload is full, where will they go to work, and the migrant workers will go back and forth. Whether the travel expenses are reimbursed, etc. Since I just arrived at the company, I am not very clear about the company's policy. So I hope to get help and then proceed to the next step. It took 100 years to think about it for a while, and then replied seriously, Yunqing, you raised this question. There is no precedent in Western architecture. These problems also exist in fact. So, in the afternoon, you invite the Ministry of Commerce to be responsible for the budget. Li Jun, the person in charge of settlement, Hua Renjie, the person in charge of settlement, Lei Zhao, the person in charge of materials, Lin Yiping, the person in charge of bidding, and Han Zhaokai, the person in charge of funds, together with you, a total of 6 people, discuss this issue in the small conference room, and come up with an opinion. My time is right, and I'll be there for the discussion too. Zhang Yinqing said, okay. I'll make an appointment with the 5 of them now. Zhang Yinqing first went to Han Zhaokai. Han Gong, according to Mr. Hua's arrangement, I need to make an appointment with you this afternoon, in the small conference room, to discuss together how to build a self-built worker team. What time do you have? Is it convenient to participate? Han Zhaokai quickly responded, Gong Zhang, I have nothing urgent at the moment, I can participate in the discussion at any time. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I'll tell you after an appointment with several other colleagues. Zhang Yunqing continued to find Lin Yiping. Mr. Lin, according to Mr. Hua's arrangement, I need to make an appointment with you this afternoon to discuss how to build a self-built worker team in the small conference room. What time do you think is convenient for you? Lin Yiping said, I have a bid that needs to be reviewed in the afternoon, and it will be available after about 1 p.m. Zhang Yunqing said, okay. Determine the final meeting time and let you know. Zhang Yunqing continued to find Li Jun, the person in charge of the budget, and asked, Li Gong, according to Mr. Hua's arrangement, I need to make an appointment with you this afternoon in the small conference room to discuss how to build a self-built worker team. What time is convenient for you? Li Jun replied readily, I have nothing to do this afternoon and can participate at any time. Zhang Yunqing continued to find Hua Renjie, the person in charge of settlement, and asked, Hua worker, according to the arrangement of Mr. Hua, I need to make an appointment with you this afternoon to participate in a discussion in the small conference room. What time is convenient for you to attend? Hua Renjie stared at the settlement information that was being reviewed in himself and estimated, it is estimated that at 5:30 p.m., my time will be free. Zhang Yunqing continued to find Lei Zhao, the person in charge of materials, and asked, Lei Gong, according to the arrangement of President Hua, I need to make an appointment with you this afternoon to discuss how to build a self-built worker team in the small conference room. Regarding the specific implementation plan, when do you think you will be able to participate? Lei Zhao thought for a moment and replied, it should be arranged at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock, I have already vacated here. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, Lei Gong, then we will discuss this matter of establishing a self-built worker team in the small conference room at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Zhang Yunqing informed Han Zhaokai, the head of funds, Lin Yiping, the head of bidding, Li Jun, the head of budget, and Hua Renjie, the head of settlement. After Zhang Yunqing was busy with this, he went to Huabai's office and reported, Mr. Hua, I have communicated and confirmed with the 5 responsible persons. The time is set at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and the venue is set in the small conference room to discuss how to establish a self-contained. It's about building a workforce. Please take the time to give guidance at that time, it will be more efficient. Hua Baibai replied, I know, I will try my best to make time to participate in this discussion. Let's discuss together a lot, discuss and come up with a decent result. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Then I'll go out first and then study the relevant information on the internet, so that we can discuss more fully at the meeting at 4 p.m. After Zhang Yunqing came out of Huabai's office, he came to the workstation to think carefully about the problem of self-built workers. I searched everywhere on the internet and couldn't find a similar case information. It seems very likely that it has never been done with such fanfare in the industry. Cannot help but feel nervous. There are too many aspects involved in this kind of thing, and it is estimated that it is not clear for a while. Zhang Yunqing felt that this matter was quite helpless. In the current state, he can only temporarily pin his hopes on the afternoon discussion meeting. I hope that everyone can brainstorm and put forward various foreseeable problems, and discuss one or a few. A feasible plan in order to consult Song Ziyuan, the president of the business unit, to make a decision. At 1:55 p.m., Zhou Jian's alarm rang. She came to the door of Hua Baibai's office and reminded Hua Baibai, Mr. Hua, you need to go to Mr. Song. Hua Baibai picked up the notebook and said to Zhou Jian while walking, okay, Jian, thank you for reminding me. I will go to President Song now. It took 100 years to reach the door of Song Ziyuan's office, and the door happened to be open. Hua Baibai walked to Song Ziyuan's desk, stood and asked for instructions. Mr. Song, Jian said, you asked me to come at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Ziyuan put down the information in his hand, raised his hand, motioned Hua Baibai to sit down and said, yes. I would like to ask you to communicate. In this contract for number 1 municipal park of the Swiss Real Estate Group, the list of personnel involved is involved. 2 details. 1 is to identify a top-level project manager. Our business department happens to have one, his name is He Jiqiang, and he is temporarily appointed as the project manager of this project. The other is to identify a master in artistic adjustment. I would like to recommend art director Jiang Deqing is gone. This person is considered the number 1 player in the art department. But this matter needs to be communicated with Dugu Lingyun, the head of the art department, arrange Jiang Deqing to personally take charge of the art of this project in the future. It is best if he agrees. If you don't agree, tell me, and I will come up with a solution. The art department has a relatively high status in the Western architecture system. The head of the art department, Dugu Lingyun, is strictly speaking at least on the same level as Song Ziyuan, the president of the Five Affairs Department. It took 100 years to listen to Song Ziyuan's arrangement, but he didn't say anything, thinking that the leader's arrangement always made some sense. So Hua 100 years agreed, yes, if there is nothing else, I will go to the head of the art department, Mr. Dugu, to report this matter and ask for his support. Song Ziyuan nodded and arranged, okay. Then you go to him now. If you don't agree, remember not to quarrel. After Hua Baibai agreed with the word, good, he left Song Ziyuan's office and walked towards the office of Dugu Lingyun, the head of the art department. When Dugu Lingyun saw Hua Baibai came into his office, he stood up and greeted Hua Baibai, Mr. Hua, which spring breeze is blowing you here today? Quick, please take a seat. Hua Baibai replied politely, I'm in trouble, I can't handle it myself. So I want to report to President Dugu and ask for support from the art department. Dugu Lingyun waited for 100 years to sit firmly before asking slowly, what is it that makes you embarrassed? Hua Baibai replied, on Tuesday, I went to the capital city and had a business negotiation with Mr. Li Chang'an from Ruiji Group. The pricing terms of this business negotiation were better negotiated, and were much more generous than our company's usual business terms. Our company's profit will be higher than the usual contract. But because of this favorable condition, Ruiji Group has proposed an additional condition that is not usually involved. That is, it requires us to arrange one within the company. The top art director is responsible for the artistic adjustment of their number 1 municipal park project, and if there is an important report, the art director must report in person. Dugu Lingyun said, the top art director is Jiang Deqing. Do you want to arrange Jiang Deqing to go? Hua Baibai said embarrassedly, Mr. Dugu, I'm sorry, this is a request from the construction party. At that time, we saw that the business terms were good, so we agreed at the venue. I didn't discuss it with you in advance, please understand. Dugu Lingyun replied boldly, this kind of thing that is more beneficial to the company is an important criterion for our work. You agreed, you are right. I will give you the greatest support here, you can rest assured. Because Jiang Deqing's high level, so, he has a lot of things in his hands. When will your number 1 municipal park project start? After I understand clearly, it is convenient to coordinate Jiang Deqing's work time and apply it to the project you mentioned. Hua 100 years never imagined that Dugu Lingyun would be so open and bright, without embarrassing himself at all, he agreed to the request. Hua Baibai explained, the contract for this project is going through the signing and approval process. It is expected to be signed within this week, and the scheme design can be entered as soon as next week. In the future, art director Jiang Deqing may be required to intervene in the relevant work according to the time point. Dugu Lingyun replied, yes, Mr. Hua, I promise to take Jiang Deqing's time out and give it priority to the number 1 municipal park project of Ruiji Group. Spend 100 years thanking Dugu Lingyun, then I would like to thank President Dugu for his support. I will go back now and arrange for Jiang Deqing's name to be written into the contract for the number 1 municipal park of Ruiji Group. Dugu Lingyun replied, yes. President Hua, walk slowly. After spending 100 years leaving Dugu Lingyun's office, he went straight to the office of Song Ziyuan, president of the 5th Division. Hua Baibai reported the good news to Song Ziyuan. Mr. Song, I just went to report to Director Dugu of the art department and asked for instructions about Jiang Deqing. He immediately expressed his support, and finally agreed to our arrangement to put Jiang Deqing's name on the number 1 of Ruiji Group in the contract for the municipal park. After hearing this, Song Ziyuan said happily, I know that their art directors are in short supply recently. If Mr. Dugu wants to arrange this successfully, it will bring him a lot of coordination troubles. I would like to thank Mr. Dugu from the bottom of his heart for his support to our 5th Division. Hua Baibai said, yes, I have already thanked President Dugu in person. President Song, our Ministry of Commerce organized a discussion meeting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to discuss how to build a self-built workforce. After listening to Song Ziyuan, he instructed, this is an important and relatively complex system project, and it involves too many things. You'd better be able to preside over the meeting yourself, and don't just let those young dolls toss there. Come to me in time after you discuss the result. No matter the result is good or bad, what I need is that this matter should enter the state quickly. We can also choose the mode of doing and exploring while improving, and we must implement it in action. You can't just stop at your mouth. After Hua Baibai listened to it, he nodded again and again, thank you Mr. Song for the instruction. I will go to host the discussion at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you have any other instructions? Song Ziyuan said, there are no instructions, you go to work. After Hua Baibai walked out of Song Ziyuan's office, he returned to his office and called Zhang Yunqing over to arrange for him. Yunqing, you clearly defined the project manager of Ruiji Group's number 1 municipal park as He Jiqiang and the art director as He Jiqiang. Jiang Deqing, I have filled in their names in the corresponding blank space of the contract. Please revise the electronic document of the contract and reprint it to Zhou Jian, and then go through the subsequent signing and approval procedures. After listening to Zhang Yunqing, he replied, okay, President Hua, I will change the project manager's name to He Jiqiang and the art director's name to Jiang Deqing. After he finished speaking, Zhang Yunqing returned to his workstation with the paper document of the revised contract handed to him by Hua Baibai. Soon, Zhang Yunqing supplemented the 2 important information of project manager He Jiqiang and art director Jiang Deqing into the contract documents of the Ruiji Group No. 1 Municipal Park Project, and printed out a revised contract document. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhou Jian's workstation with the reprinted contract documents, handed the revised contract documents to Zhou Jian, and said, Jian, this is the contract for the No. 1 Municipal Park Project of Ruiji Group. After being reviewed by President Song, president of the business unit, President Hua personally arranged for me to change the project manager to He Jiqiang and the art director to the final version of Jiang Deqing. President Hua arranged for me to change it and reprint it and give it to you. Copies for subsequent approval attachments. Zhou Jian took the new contract document handed over by Zhang Yunqing and said, okay. Mr. Zhang, next step I need to go to the legal counsel Sun Shaoxian for approval. If the legal counsel raises different opinions, I will contact you if there are any changes that need to be made. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, then I'll trouble you. After Zhang Yunqing finished speaking, he returned to his workstation and continued to think about the upcoming discussion of the self-built worker team. It was almost 3:50 p.m. Zhang Yunqing once again met with Han Zhaokai, the head of funds, Lei Zhao, the head of materials, Li Jun, the head of budget, Hua Renjia, the head of settlement, and Lin Yiping, the head of bidding. It was confirmed that he participated in the discussion meeting of the self-built worker team in the small conference room number 3 at 4 p.m., and he clearly replied that he had arranged it and could attend the meeting on time. Zhang Yunqing brought the record book, came to the office of Wabayan, and reported to Wabaihui, Mr. Hua, just now, I confirmed the time issue with the 5 people who were invited to the 4 p.m. discussion, and they all said there was no problem to be able to attend on time. Up to now, I have not thought about this self-built worker team in my mind. What should we do with our self-built worker team? Whether the effect of this meeting is ideal or not, I have no idea in my heart. So I hope that I can get your strong support, President Hua, and would like to invite you to preside over this meeting in person. I think if this arrangement can be achieved, everyone's enthusiasm will be higher, and it will be easier to produce some results. Hua 100 years has been arranged by President Song Ziyuan, and he must preside over the discussion meeting of the self-built worker team, so he agreed to follow the flow. Yunqing, I accept your invitation. The scheduled time for the discussion is coming soon. Let's go to the meeting room. After speaking, Hua Baibai walked in front, Zhang Yunqing followed behind, and walked towards the small conference room number 3. Hua Baibai sat at one end of the long conference table, and Zhang Yunqing sat on the side closer to him. After spending 100 years sitting down, he glanced at the conference room. It was confirmed that a total of 7 people who participated in the meeting had arrived in the conference room and took their seats. Hua Baibai presided over the meeting and said, "Today, the theme of this meeting is to discuss the self-built workforce. First, let me talk about the origin and background of this meeting. According to the judgment of President Song Ziyuan, President of the Business Unit, we believe that next year, our business unit will usher in engineering projects with a large output value. This means that our existing management personnel, workers, material suppliers, etc. may not be able to meet the demand for the sharp increase in output value next year. Among these demands, which is particularly tense and difficult to handle centrally, is a stable workforce. Although many of the projects we are taking over now are relatively large, it seems that the construction period required is even tighter than the small projects we have taken over. If we want to stand firm next year, to win a big battle, then you need to be fully prepared from now on." A few days ago, President Song confessed to our Ministry of Commerce, an arduous and glorious task. This is to set up a self-built worker team of about 500 people. However, there is no precedent for this matter within the company, and no one has ever heard of it in the market. So I gave this work to Zhang Yunqing for independent thinking. What Zhang Yunqing has reported to me so far is that he believes that this is a systematic and complex project that requires more people to participate in the discussion, in order to form one or several reliable solutions in a relatively short period of time. So in today's meeting, everyone has an open discussion, and you can say whatever comes to your mind. Zhang Yunqing will record and summarize it to form the final plan, which will be reported to President Song for approval. Now Zhang Yunqing is invited to introduce to everyone how far this topic has progressed, and what problems have been discovered, and then start an orderly and free discussion. Zhang Yunqing spoke according to the arrangement of Hua 100 years. "Thank you Mr. Hua for arranging this important task for me to think about. After receiving the assignment, after simple thinking, I thought that departments such as the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau and the Agriculture Bureau of the poor county might manage a large number of migrant workers. So I chose 5 counties, called them separately, and asked about the recruitment of 500 migrant workers. But unfortunately, the corresponding 2 departments in these 5 counties do not have direct access to the information on a large number of migrant workers. One of them also gave me the phone number of a technical school. After I called the technical school, the answer was that their school did not offer the types of workers we need, such as planting and maintenance of green seedlings, outdoor granite laying, etc. During this period of communication and thinking, I have collected some questions about the self-built worker team. Now I will report these questions to you. 1. The management and organizational structure of the self-built worker team. 2. How should the wages of 500 self-built workers be determined? 3. Is the workload of 500 workers full in 1 year? Where will you be working? 4. Whether the travel expenses of 500 workers are reimbursed, etc. Since I just arrived at the company's existing policies may be able to solve some of the problems found. Please help to point out and use the company's existing policies to solve the corresponding problems. At the same time, due to my lack of knowledge, it is inevitable that I am not thoughtful in consideration, so I sincerely hope that these questions I have raised can be used for your reference and play a role in attracting others. After listening to Zhang Yunqing's expression, Hua Baibai said, Zhang Yunqing is more sincere. This matter is really complicated, so we organized a discussion meeting. Those who take the initiative to ask questions and propose solutions can take the initiative to speak. After spending 100 years talking, after waiting for a full 5 minutes, no one in the venue took the initiative to speak. Hua Baibai was a little angry and criticized, please take the initiative to speak up. Why do you keep silent for so long? Do you know that wasting time is a waste of life? The more slick Hua Renjie saw that this posture was not very friendly, so he took the courage to answer, Mr. Hua, don't be angry, if there is any request to speak, I would like to be able to show it in front of the leaders and try to speak more. Exercise has improved my ability, and I have gained more opportunities for leaders to give guidance. Why not do it? It's just that I have little contact with these questions raised by Zhang Yunqing now, so it is difficult to have an efficient answer or ask more efficient questions. It took 100 years to see that someone finally started to discuss, so he said in a relaxed tone, Hua Renjie, I understand what you said, I did not require that the questions raised by everyone must be better than those raised by Zhang Yunqing. There is no requirement that the discussion must answer any question raised by Zhang Yunqing. My original intention is that everyone should have their own opinions, put forward the questions or opinions that they think are related to the self-built worker team, and have a heated discussion. It is equivalent to a discussion. After a brainstorming session, in the end, everyone listed the biggest problems and solved them one by one, which may become a series of reliable results of our discussions. After listening to Hua Bai's explanation, Hua Renjie smiled and said, Mr. Hua, I think that since it involves hiring workers, it must involve labor-related wages, benefits and other issues. Therefore, I would like to make a suggestion. In this meeting, we can invite Li Wenwen, the head of human resources of our 5 business divisions, to participate in the discussion. Hua Baibai replied, I agree with Hua Renjie's opinion, everyone should learn from Hua Renjie and mention whatever comes to mind, so that we can truly utilize everyone's accumulated wisdom. Zhang Yunqing, you should go to the 5th division now. Li Wenwen, the person in charge of human resources, came to participate in this meeting. Let's take a 10-minute break, everyone can communicate freely, first remove the ideological barriers that dare not speak on this matter, and then hold a formal discussion meeting later. After listening to Hua Bai's arrangement, Zhang Yunqing replied, Okay, President Hua, I'll go and invite Li Wenwen, the person in charge of human resources, to come and participate in our discussion. Zhang Yunqing quickly came to Li Wenwen's office and invited, Li Gong, our Commerce Department President Hua is currently hosting a discussion in the small conference room number 3. He arranged for me to come and invite you to participate in this discussion. There are some human-related issues. The problem, you will know better than our people in the Commerce Department. Li Wenwen said, I still have an urgent matter in my hand, and I can come in about 5 minutes. After listening to Li Wenwen's reply, Zhang Yunqing said, No problem, the time is just right to connect. Then I will wait for you in the small conference room number 3. Li Wenwen replied, Okay. You go first, I'll be there later. Zhang Yunqing returned to the door of the small meeting room number 3, and saw Hua 100 Years Ho Hui report, Mr. Hua, I just went to invite Li Wenwen, the person in charge of human resources, to participate in our current discussion. She said that there was an urgent matter at hand, probably participated in the discussion 5 minutes later in small room 3. After listening to Zhang Yunqing's report, Hua Baibai said, Yes. Her time does not conflict with our arrangement. A few minutes later, Li Wenwen came to the small meeting room number 3, and took 100 years to greet everyone to sit down again and start a formal discussion. Hua Baibai first introduced the situation to Li Wenwen. Wenwen, President Song of our business unit has arranged for the Ministry of Commerce to take charge of a new task, which is to establish a self-built worker team with a scale of about 500 workers, so as to facilitate the sudden increase in the number of workers next year. The output value task. We held a discussion meeting this afternoon by the Ministry of Commerce. I want to determine a specific implementation plan for this matter in the form of discussion for leadership decision-making. During the discussion, everyone thinks that this involves the issue of wages and benefits, so I suggest you join the discussion and help us resolve the issue of wages and benefits for these 500 workers. Li Wenwen replied with a smile, "This is also a new topic for me. Although I am in charge of human resources, I usually manage management employees who have signed formal contracts with our company. Workers have never been managed before. For example, when it comes to salary standards, we actually don't know the specific data for human resources." Zhang Yunqing continued Li Wenwen's speech and said, "Li Gong, the wage standard of workers is different in each province and region of our country. What is the wage standard for migrant workers in which province and region? I think our business department can at least arrange the project department under our management to report these standard data back, and then you can formulate a salary standard specifically for these 500 people according to the rules of human resources." After listening to Li Wenwen, she said, "Your proposal, Zhang Gong, is good. Then please ask the Ministry of Commerce to send this statistical data back to the project department. The specific statistical sample table of migrant workers' wage standards will be prepared and sent to you after the meeting." Zhang Yunqing said, "That's great. We can count the wages of migrant workers in many provinces and cities in a day or two." Li Wenwen asked, "Gong Zhang, do all of your 500 workers have the same level and the same salary? Is there any standard to distinguish the level and salary?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Our discussion meeting this afternoon is to discuss all these related issues that we can think of. I think we can design an organizational management structure for these 500 people. It can be roughly divided into one team for every 100 people. The team is equipped with one captain, two vice captains, one vice captain to manage the greening workers, and one vice captain to manage the paving workers. There are roughly 30 professional greening skilled workers and 30 skilled paving and decoration workers. The other 40 workers are based on the standard of small workers. Equipped as a mobile force, according to the specific situation of the project, the deputy captain will apply for the use of small workers, and the captain will approve which small workers are temporarily equipped with which vice captain to use and manage." Li Wenwen replied, "Listen to Zhang Gong's introduction, then the types of personnel involved in salary standards should at least be divided into 3 levels, captain, deputy captain, and workers. The workers are divided into greening technicians, paving technicians, and minor workers. 3 types, etc." Lei Zhao, the person in charge of materials, said, "According to the situation discussed by Zhang Gong and Li Gong, I think that a deputy captain manages 30 to 70 people on the construction site, which may be a bit unmanageable, and it is easy to cause slack and sabotage. Is it right? We can consider setting up a squad leader under the vice captain. These squad leaders may be able to manage a dozen or 20 people with strong ability, and it is estimated that they can only manage a few people with weak ability." Li Wenwen replied, "Okay, Lei Gong, then we need to add a squad leader level." Li Jun, the head of the budget, added, "In the captains, vice captains, squad leaders, workers, and types of workers that we are discussing now, for each level or type, it is recommended that at least 3 levels be set up. There are 3 levels of ABC, A is the highest level, and C is the lowest level. The requirements and wages of each level can be tentatively set as a standard." Spend 100 years praising Li Jun, your proposal is good. Zhang Yunqing, you must record Li Jun's speech clearly, so that you can organize it into a document after the meeting. Please continue to discuss. After Zhang Yunqing heard Hua Baibai mention him, he nodded to Hua Baibai to indicate that he understood. Han Zhaokai, the person in charge of the fund, said, "Mr. Hua, before I came to Western Construction, I was managing production in the project department. This time, we have assembled a workforce as large as 500 people. Strictly speaking, a project department is a project department. Not so many people. Does this mean that we need someone at the business unit level to supervise these 5 captains? Hua Baibai replied, yes. You mentioned this issue, what is your suggestion? Han Zhaokai, the head of the fund, replied, our business department has at least 4 departments, including the engineering department, the commerce department, the marketing department, and the human resources department. I think the director of the engineering department can coordinate and manage these 500 people. Hua Baibai said, that's what I said, but our engineering department has few people. It can be understood that the 3 production vice presidents are in the engineering department, but they all run between the project departments under their jurisdiction for a long time. These 3 people are there is no way to coordinate and manage the work assignments of these 5 captains in Kyoto. The 3 vice presidents of production are led by President Song. He is often in Kyoto, and he has a lot of things to do himself. If President Song manages this tedious matter in person, it will involve too much energy and it's a bit of a loss. This matter was recorded as a controversial point. When reporting to President Song after the meeting, he would ask for his guidance. Please continue the discussion. Han Zhaokai, the head of funds, was pleasantly surprised after hearing Hua Hundred's reminder, Mr. Hua, this is a matter of the entire division, and it should be managed by the president of the division, and it is not appropriate for others to manage it. Can we design an approval form for self-built workers to apply for use by referring to the idea of compiling and implementing the capital plan? This form is initiated by the production manager of the project department, who proposes the necessary information such as what type and level of workers he needs, the specific location of the project department and other necessary information, and then the project manager, vice president of production, the president of the business unit shall approve it step by step. And the approved result shall be forwarded to the 5 captains to assign the applied workers to the corresponding project department according to the needs. Hua Baibai said, Zhu Kai, your suggestion is good, just do it like this. Lin Yiping, the person in charge of the bidding, said, are these 500 workers going to be hired by the company? Li Wenwen replied, under normal circumstances, it is not recommended that these 500 workers be recruited into the company. Lin Yiping asked, if you don't apply for the company's entry, how will their wages be paid in the future? The person in charge of settlement, Hua Renjia, continued, when I reviewed the settlement reported by the project department, I found some situations that can solve this problem. The project department sometimes finds a suitable team of workers in the market to complete some projects because the original labor supplier cannot meet the number of workers required by the rush to work. The content of the project completed by these temporary workers and the corresponding part of the labor wages will be deducted from the settlement amount of the original labor supplier. Their temporary workers are also paid on a piece rate basis. The total amount of wages is calculated, and then amortized to each worker's name, and the company pays their wages in the name of temporary workers. Zhang Yunqing said, I don't know where these 500 workers are now. We need to arrange someone to contact them to deal with these matters. President Hua, look, who should we arrange? He spent 100 years thinking, now everyone has more or less things in their hands. Only this group of new colleagues who have just come to the company to go on business trips to find workers will have the least impact on the work of the Ministry of Commerce. After the meeting, a set of documents will be summarized and submitted to President Song for approval, and Zhang Yunqing will tentatively go to those target counties and districts to find these 500 workers. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, Mr. Hua. Then I'm going out and looking for someone to do things, especially for this matter we are going to do now. Do I need to give me some supporting documents? Otherwise, the people who are found will easily not believe it. Hua Baibai replied, this question of identity certification, please introduce Li Wenwen. What are the methods currently available under the permission of the company? Li Wenwen replied, Mr. Hua, according to the current implementation of the company, it can be proved that an employee is the way of our Western construction. Generally, there are 2 kinds. 1. Printing business cards is a popular practice on the market. 2. Open a letter of introduction, which is generally a unit-to-unit situation. 3. To issue a power of attorney, which is generally used when things are already very specific, but an exact legal identity is required. Hua Baibai asked a question, then what do you think we are discussing now? To arrange Zhang Yunqing to find a worker, what documents to prove his identity need to be given to him? Li Wenwen replied, I think it can be implemented by printing business cards plus opening letters of introduction. Hua Baibai looked at Li Wenwen and asked, how about printing business cards plus opening letters of introduction? Li Wenwen turned the pen in her hand and replied fluently, Mr. Hua, there are fixed application forms in the Human Resources Department for these two matters. After approval by the president of the business unit, it can be processed. It took 100 years to arrange Zhang Yunqing to say, after that meeting, you can ask Wenwen to get the form documents mentioned at today's meeting. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, Mr. Hua. I have already recorded it. Now there are 3 documents involved, including the salary standard statistics form, the application form for printing business cards, and the sample letter of introduction form, and I need to trouble Li Gong to provide them after the meeting. Already. Hua Baibai said, at the meeting today, everyone expressed their opinions, but I feel that there is still a long way to go from a complete plan on how to build a self-built workforce. However, the current thinking is clearer than before this discussion. Some more. Zhang Yunqing, please briefly summarize the results of the discussions that everyone has discussed now, and then we will all think about what aspects need to be supplemented and improved. Zhang Yunqing concluded according to the requirements of Hua 100 years. First of all, the management and organizational structure of the self-built worker team was discussed clearly. Secondly, it was discussed that the salary standard is formulated by the Human Resources Department, and the Ministry of Commerce cooperates to provide data. Third, after the meeting, Zhang Yunqing formed a written plan document on how to build a workforce by himself based on the content of the discussion at the meeting. Fourth, after Zhang Yunqing had fully resolved the first 3 issues, he arranged time to go to the county and district to find out workers. Mr. Hua, do you see my summary clearly? Hua Baibai picked up the teacup, blew on the water, took a sip, glanced at everyone in the conference room and asked, do you have anything to add to what Zhang Yunqing summarized? Everyone in the venue shook their heads. Hua Baibai said, it's fine without supplements. After the meeting, Zhang Yunqing worked hard to compile the documents mentioned in the discussion meeting. It must be noted that those who should work overtime have to work overtime, and the company is rushing for time every day. After the documents are formed, we will hold a discussion meeting to review and improve the written documents. Dismiss the meeting. Zhang Yunqing said to Li Wenwen, Li Gong, I'll go get the documents with you. Li Wenwen replied, well, Zhang Gong, come with me. After arriving at Li Wenwen's office, Li Wenwen opened the information box and took out 2 application forms. He said to Zhang Yunqing, this application form for printing business cards is up to you to fill in the specific content, and after signing and approval, give it to me and I can print the business card for you. Zhang Yunqing took a look at the form and asked, this application form for famous print production only needs to fill in the name, position, and mobile phone number. What about other information? Li Wenwen explained, most of the information on our company's business cards is unified and protected against anti-theft printing. For individuals, only these 3 pieces of information are changed. Other information, such as mailboxes, is not allowed to use their own private mailboxes. Use the business email provided by the company. Zhang Yunqing replied, well, I understand. Li Wenwen continued to explain to Zhang Yunqing, this form is a letter of introduction application approval form. The applicant needs to fill in his name, ID number, the information of the other party to be introduced, and hope that the other party will contact the other party. It is also necessary to provide the applicant's information. Copy of ID card. Zhang Yunqing nodded to indicate that he understood, and asked, I understand these 2 tables. And there is a statistical table of workers' wages? Li Wenwen continued, don't worry. I don't remember that there are no paper documents for this statistical table of workers' wages, but there are electronic documents. I will send the documents to you through QQ when I find them. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I'll go to work first. When you find it later, please send it to me as soon as possible, so that the project department can provide statistical data on workers' wages. Zhang Yunqing returned to his workstation. Started to fill out the approval form for printing business cards and the application form for the letter of introduction. Asking Zhou Jian for advice, he said, Jian, I have 2 applications here that need to be signed by the leader. Please help to see if you can help me to run the subsequent signing and approval process. After Zhou Jian took the 2 forms handed by Zhang Yunqing, she glanced at them and replied, Gong Zhang, I can go through the signing and approval process for these 2 forms, and I will give them to you after I have signed them. Zhang Yunqing hurriedly expressed his thanks and said, I'll trouble you then. Zhou Jian continued, no trouble. By the way, when I was looking for legal counsel Sun Xiaoxian to review the construction contract of Ruiji Group, she raised a few questions. Zhang Yunqing asked, Sun Gong. What question was asked? Zhou Jian said, Sun Gong suggested that we write the contract signing place as Kyoto. Zhang Yunqing replied, this is a construction contract. The place where the contract is signed directly affects the question of where to sue if there is a legal dispute in the future. Ruiji Group also has specialized lawyers who have reviewed their contract documents. Please tell me Sun Gong, the place where this contract was signed is the address of the Swiss Real Estate Group, and it is impossible to agree to change it to Kyoto where our company is located. Zhou Jian replied, okay. I'll explain it to her according to your meaning, and see if it works. Legal Sun Gong also raised a question, a fine of 50,000 yuan for each day of delay in the construction period, followed by a restriction. She suggested that, the total fine shall not exceed 1% of the contract value. Zhang Yunqing asked, did Sun Gong explain why 1 was added? Zhou Jian replied, Sun Gong said that if there are no restrictions, it is very likely that in the case of extreme conditions, the fines will be very large, so it should be appropriately restricted. Zhang Yunqing asked, does Sun Gong have any other questions? Zhou Jian thought for a while and replied, I only remember these 2 points. Zhang Yunqing said, I'll ask Mr. Hua for instructions on this restriction, and I'll give you a reply. Zhou Jian said, okay. Sun Gong said we will report the results of these 2 questions to him, and she can sign up and leave. Zhang Yunqing had already gone far, and still replied to Zhou Jian, I see. Zhang Yunqing thought as he walked, what is the appropriate percentage of the total fine limit? After arriving at Huabai's office, Zhang Yunqing said, Mr. Hua, I heard from Zhou Jian just now that we signed and approved the construction contract of No. 1 Municipal Park of the Ruiji Group. When I went to legal counsel Sun Xiaoxian, I asked 2 questions. Hua Baibai asked in surprise, what's the problem? Let's hear it. Zhang Yunqing elaborated on the first question. First, Sun Gong from the Legal Affairs Department wants to change the place where the contract is signed to Kyoto, where our company is located. Hua Baibai said, this is not possible. We have signed many construction contracts, and the contract signing places are all at the construction site. Sometimes, if the location of the construction party is inconsistent with the location of the project, it will be specifically stipulated in the contract that the court where the lawsuit is filed is the court where the project is located. What is the second question? Zhang Yunqing elaborated on the second question. Second, Sun Gong from the Legal Affairs said that in the contract a fine of 50,000 yuan for each day of delay in the construction period, and a restriction should be added later. She suggested that, the total fine should not exceed the contract amount 1%. Hua Baibai said, I agree with this matter of adding restrictions. But the possibility of 1% of the other party agreeing is very small. I think it is more reasonable to suggest that she raise 5%. You can call the manager Cui Kai Cui of the Swiss Real Estate Group. How about discussing this restriction? Zhang Yunqing replied, then I'd better communicate with Sun Gong from the Legal Affairs first. See if she has any bottom line problems in this matter, and then contact Manager Chui of the construction party. Hua bye-bye arranged, yes, the approval of this contract has been delayed for some days. You can go to the legal counsel now. Zhang Yunqing came out of Huabai's office, found Zhou Jian and said, Jian, I just asked Mr. Hua. The two conditions raised by lawyer Sun Gong, the first one cannot change the place where the contract is signed, and the second one adds restrictions. I need to communicate with her. I am not familiar with her, please take me to her to communicate these two issues. Zhou Jian replied, yes, please come with me. After Zhang Yunqing and Zhou Jian arrived at the office of legal counsel Sun Xiaoxian, Zhou Jian introduced to Sun Xiaoxian, Sun Gong, this is a new employee of the Commerce Department of our 5th Division, Zhang Yunqing, he has something to communicate with you, because he is not familiar with it, so let me bring him to find you. Sun Xiaoxian said, you too, please take a seat. Hello Zhang Gong. What are you talking to me about? Zhang Yunqing replied, Jian, I have sent you a construction contract signing and approval form signed with Ruiji Group. You have raised two questions. The first question is about changing the place where the contract was signed. After the communication, everyone thinks that it is not necessary to mention it, because it goes against the rules in the engineering industry. Sun Xiaoxian replied, ours is a construction contract. Later, I checked the relevant legal terms again. The best place for him to sign the contract is the location of the project. It's okay not to mention it. Zhang Yunqing said, thank you Sun Gong for your support. The second question is to add a restriction on the fine for delay in the construction period. Jian said that what you suggested is that the total fine should not exceed 1% of the contract value. Sun Xiaoxian asked, is there any problem with this? Zhang Yunqing explained, this so-called upper limit of fines, because in this project, if the construction period is delayed, it will seriously damage the interests of the builder, so the construction unit will be very concerned about the problem that the construction period cannot be extended. The measure of fines. According to them, if our construction unit has done the work well, if the construction period is not delayed, there will be no fines at all. Sun Xiaoxian replied, the problem of fines for delay in the construction period is that first of all, there is no equivalence of terms. We are fined 50,000 yuan for 1 day of delay, and if the conditions are equal, we can reward 50,000 yuan 1 day in advance. However, the delay in the construction period sometimes causes the two parties to disagree at all. It is clear who is responsible, so from this point of view, there must be a limit on the total amount of the fine in the contract. Zhang Yunqing replied, I understand that there must be a necessary restriction on the total amount of fines, but it is indeed difficult to reach an agreement on 1% of the total contract amount. The reason for communicating with you is also to ask you what percentage of this clause is in general. Sun Xiaoxian said, there is no fixed number for this ratio. The smaller the better for us, but the less the construction party will agree. It is still recommended to communicate with the construction party at 1%, and then determine the percentage number according to the form. Zhang Yunqing said, then I will call Manager Chui of the construction party to communicate these two matters. I will be hands-free, and everyone will listen to what she has to say. Sun Xiaoxian said, okay. Zhang Yunqing called Chui Kai of Ruiji Group and said, Manager Chui, is it convenient for you to speak now? Regarding the construction contract, there are two questions that need to be communicated with you. Chui Kai's voice came from the receiver, convenient. Zhang Gong, please speak. Zhang Yunqing spoke to the phone, Manager Chui, during the review of our construction contract, colleagues in the legal department asked some questions. I am in the legal department now, and I used the speakerphone to speak to you. Chui Kai said on the phone, okay. What questions did your legal affairs ask? Zhang Yunqing replied, the first question, I want to change the contract signing place to Kyoto, because we have the official seal in Kyoto, which is also in line with the facts. What do you think? Kai said on the phone, our contract has been reviewed by many colleagues in the company's legal department. The idea of changing the contract signing place is really not good. The reason you mentioned is not very valid. If you have to say that, we can absolutely ask you to bring the official seal to our company, and then both parties will stamp the contract in person. What do you think? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "It's fine if you don't agree to change this, Manager Cui. Regarding the issue of fines for the construction period, delays will impose fines on our construction unit. If I do well and have good luck, should I complete the project ahead of schedule? Reciprocally reward 50,000 yuan a day." Cui Kai laughed and said, "I just said that you have to mention this equal condition. The company said when discussing the terms, I would rather give you a reward for the advance of the construction period, and do not allow the occurrence of delays in the construction period. Heavy fines. So the equivalent reward you mentioned is 50,000 yuan per day for every advance in the construction period." Zhang Yunqing said, "Thanks to Manager Cui for your support. Another point is that there is no upper limit on the extension fine. In case there are some reasons for you, not ours, the delay in the construction period, or both parties have made mistakes. If there is a delay, or it is not clear who is responsible for the delay, there should be an upper limit on the total amount of fines. Our legal opinion is that the total amount of fines cannot exceed 1% of the contract amount." Cui Kai said, "The total fine does not exceed 1% of the contract amount, which means that there is no penalty at all. This is not approved by our company. Our company has also discussed this, and everyone's more pertinent opinion is, the fine for delay in construction period less than or equal to 10% of the contract amount. Those who raise 20% or 30% of the opinions, I have already helped you to deny him. You should also support it." Zhang Yunqing said gratefully, "Thank you Manager Cui for handling these issues fairly. I'll ask the leaders for instructions on this 10% issue, and I'll call you back." Cui Kai continued to speak on the other end of the phone. "Zhang Gong, according to the principle of equal conditions in the construction contract, there is one more condition to be added, the advance reward for the construction period less than or equal to 10% of the contract amount." Zhang Yunqing replied, I understand, thank Manager Cui for reminding me." Cui Kai urged, "Then you should hurry up and discuss it, and call me back as soon as possible." Bye. Zhang Yunqing asked the legal counsel's opinion. "Sun Gong, you have listened to the opinion of the construction manager Cui, do you have any different opinions?" Sun Shaoxian thought for a while and replied, "I think what he said is reasonable, and I have no objection." Zhang Yunqing took the opinions of Sun Shaoxian and Cui Kai to Hua Bai to report it clearly. It took 100 years to ask Song Ziyuan from the business department for instructions. "Mr. Song, on the construction contract signed with Ruiji Group, under the advice of legal counsel, a new agreement has been reached with the construction party. 1. Increase the construction period in advance and reward 50,000 yuan per day. 2. The penalty for delay in the deadline is less than or equal to 10% of the contract amount. 3. Advance reward for construction period less than or equal to 10% of the contract amount." Song Ziyuan said, "Agreed. Hurry up on the contract." After Hua Bai came out of Song Ziyuan's office, he called Zhang Yunqing and arranged the work. "I have reported the latest conditions to President Song of the Business Department regarding the construction contract with Ruiji Group." President Song agreed. "At the same time, we urge us to hurry up. You go and correct the electronic file immediately, send it to me for review, and then send it to Manager Cui of the construction party for comments." Zhang Yunqing led the way. After arriving at the workstation, about 10 minutes later, Zhang Yunqing revised the agreement on the construction contract reached with Cui Kai today, marked the revised electronic document with a striking color, and sent it to Wabayan on QQ modified electronic file. It took a few minutes for Zhang Yunqing to reply to Zhang Yunqing on QQ, agree. Zhang Yunqing forwarded the electronic version of the construction contract that was sent to Huabai for review and forwarded to Cui Kai of Ruiji Group. Zhang Yunqing called Cui Kai, Manager Cui, our company agrees with the revisions to the construction contract you mentioned in the afternoon. I have already arranged for me to revise and improve your contract version document. I just sent it to you via QQ, please review. Cui Kai said on the phone, you have colored these items, don't worry, I'll look at them right away. The revisions of these items are consistent with our consensus. Well, please, after you have dealt with it, stamp the official seal and legal person seal and send it to me. Bye. Zhang Yunqing replied to Hua Baibai's opinion on Cui Kai, the construction party. On QQ, Hua Baibai expressed his approval and urged Zhang Yunqing to go to the seal immediately. Zhang Yunqing printed out a copy of the completed contract version and went to Zhou Jiyan. Now this printed version is the version confirmed by Cui Kai of the construction party and our company's president Hua after today's communication, and it needs to be completed as soon as possible. After stamping, send it to the construction company for stamping. Mr. Song and Mr. Hua are urging us to hurry up with the stamping of this contract. Zhou Jiyan said, well, if you want to hurry up, you and I go to the legal affairs Sun Gong all the way, so as not to have any new problems. Zhang Yunqing motioned to Zhou Jiyan to lead the way. The two arrived at Zhou Jiyan's office, and Sun Shaoxian quickly completed the signing. The two went on to the office of Minister of Legal Affairs Sun Yanzhen. Without much ado, Sun Yanzhen signed the contract approval form. After returning to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, Zhou Jiyan said, Gong Zhang, the number of copies stipulated in this contract is 8 copies. You can print 7 more contract documents to me, and I can go and seal them. Send the contract documents to me. Send the message to me too. Zhang Yunqing printed 7 more contract documents to Zhou Jiyan and said, go to the stamping department to get the stamp, and I will tell you when I have the address of the construction company to receive the courier. Zhou Jiyan took 8 contract documents to find someone to have the official seal and legal person seal. Zhang Yunqing contacted Cui Kai of the construction company on QQ, Manager Cui, the contract documents on my side will be stamped soon. Please give me the information on receiving the express delivery. A few minutes later, Cui Kai's QQ contact window flashed. Zhang Yunqing saw that Cui Kai's address, recipient's name, and phone information had all been sent. Zhang Yunqing replied to Cui Kai, I received it, thank you. Then he passed the information of receiving the courier to Zhou Jiyan and asked her to send all the construction contract documents of the No. 1 Municipal Park of Ruiji Group. Han Zhaokai saw that Hua Baibai was still in the office, so he walked in and said, Mr. Hua, I reported to you last time that you need to leave, have you considered it? Hua Baibai laughed and said, Xiao Han, don't panic. I have already told Li Wenwen of the human resources, and asked him to quickly recruit that candidate Su Dequai. Han Zhaokai said with a smile on his face, that Friday afternoon, there will be a training session on the funding plan. Can Su Dequai catch up with this training session? Hua Baibai said, according to Li Wenwen, it is possible to catch up with the training meeting. But I am still confused about your matter. Su Dequai is here, you must train him well, you must not throw a mess for me. Han Zhaokai patted his chest and assured, President Hua, don't worry, I promise not to disappoint you. Han Zhaokai came out of Huabai's office happily, came to Zhang Yunqing's workstation, and whispered, Mr. Zhang, I'll invite you tonight, just the two of us to have a meal together. Zhang Yunqing replied, today, it is estimated that the time is a little overdue. President Hua arranged for me to compile the written plan on how to build a self-built worker team. I need to work overtime to get it done. Han Zhaokai said, it doesn't matter, I also have to sort out my training documents for tomorrow's capital plan. I'll wait for you, and we'll go out together when you're done. Zhang Yunqing said, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting for so long. I'll try my best to hurry up. After finishing the first draft, I'll come to work early tomorrow morning to complete it. Han Zhaokai smiled and said, it's okay, we can leave whenever you say. Waiting for you to say hello. After Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai made an agreement, they sat at the workstation and slowly thought about the written plan of how to build a self-built worker team, and how to write it to make people satisfied. Zhang Yunqing turned out the records of the seminar he attended in the afternoon, one by one, checked them over and over, and thought about them over and over again. I also made relevant memories and reflections on the speeches of the people at the venue. In the plan, Zhang Yunqing emphatically expounded on key issues such as the organizational structure of the self-built workforce in the future, the source of workers, the framework of workers' wages and treatment, and the management of workers' deployment. It was almost 8:30 p.m. when Zhang Yunqing finally completed the first draft of a written plan on how to build a self-built workforce. Zhang Yunqing began to clean up his desk and turn off his computer to get off work. Since it was already off work, only Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai were working overtime in the office, so Han Zhaokai heard the noise from Zhang Yunqing's side and asked, "Gong Zhang, is today's work finished? We can go to eat after get off work." "Dinner?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "The first draft of the written plan after the discussion has been prepared. Li Wenwen has a salary standard statistics table that has not been sent to me." Han Zhaokai said, "It's already off work now, I guess I'll have to ask Li Wenwen for that document after going to work tomorrow." Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and said, "It seems that's the only way." Han Zhaokai said, "Zhang Gong, let's talk about it today, it's me who invited you, you can't go to pay the bill first when you pay." Zhang Yunqing replied, Okay. No fighting or grabbing." Han Zhaokai asked, "Gong Zhang, what do you like to eat?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I like to eat Sichuan food, but if I go out at this time, it might not be suitable." Han Zhaokai replied, "It's really difficult to find a restaurant at this time, why don't we choose a barbecue restaurant?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes." It was Han Zhaokai who led the way, and Zhang Yunqing followed behind. The two walked and chatted. Han Zhaokai introduced to Zhang Yunqing, "There are quite a few barbecue restaurants near the company. One of them is called Slow Chat Barbecue, which is specially provided for those guests who can't sleep in the middle of the night and want to come out to chat. It is open all night, as long as the guests if they don't go, they won't close. Customers who talk longer are less embarrassed. And the food tastes good." Zhang Yunqing said, "Then this place is good. We came out so late, and many barbecue restaurants close at 12 o'clock in the evening. Just go to this place." Han Zhaokai agreed, "Okay. This store is not far, and it will be there soon." A few minutes later, the two arrived at the Slow Chat Grill. The waiter warmly greeted the two, "Sir, are you two? Please come here." Han Zhaokai responded, "Two." The waiter put the two of them at a table number 6. Han Zhaokai said, "Where's the menu, order food." The waiter immediately put two A4 paper menus on the table, and said, "Sir, please tick the menu. If there is more than one copy, write a number at the back. If you don't write a number, you will get one copy by default." Han Zhaokai smiled and said, "Okay." Han Zhaokai ordered peanuts, edamame, leeks, enoki mushrooms, 6 skewers of crispy bones, 6 skewers of cartilage, 4 skewers of bone and flesh, 2 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of pork belly, 4 skewers of squid, 6 skewers of beef, 6 skewers of mutton, and 6 skewers of tofu. Strings, 6 strings of ribs, 4 strings of steamed buns. Asking for Zhang Yunqing's opinion, he said, "Gong Zhang, do you think these are suitable?" Zhang Yunqing saw that the dish had chosen so many varieties, and asked, "Han Gong, are you ordering too much? It would be a pity if you can't finish it and waste it." Han Zhaokai smiled and replied, "Don't worry, it won't be wasted. Although there are more varieties, most of the strings are only a few strings." Zhang Yunqing, "Okay." Han Zhaokai said to the service, "Just order these dishes. The wine comes with 2 bottles of ergoto." Waiter, "Okay, sir. I have written it down. Do you two have any taboos?" Han Zhaokai, "I have no taboos." Zhang Yunqing, I have no taboos either. Waiter, okay, then I'll place the order. In about 10 minutes, the dishes will be served one after another. Please wait for the two of you. After the waiter left, the two chatted happily. Zhang Yunqing was the first to ask, Gong Han, is there anything you're happy about today? That's it. Ha, Gong Gong, what do you mean by that? Remember, I originally went to Mr. Hua to ask for his resignation. Of course I remember, it's only been a few days. Mr. Hua, it turns out, didn't you agree to leave my job? Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't think it's a good idea to stay like this all the time. Right. So, when I was about to get off work today, I went to Mr. Hua again to ask for my resignation. Seeing how happy you are, Mr. Hua happily agreed to your resignation today. How can you get away like that? Then I don't understand, what's there to be happy about? Don't worry. I'm in a hurry, and I'm a little anxious. Don't worry, listen to me slowly. Don't grind, just be quick, talk quickly. Han Zhaokai took a sip of the eagle tea just brought by the waiter, put down the cup, and said, although, President Hua, he has not explicitly agreed that I can leave. But he revealed a message to me today. News? What news? Last time, didn't you suggest that I go to Li Wenwen from Human Resources and see if I can find out if there is a backup talent pool in charge of funds? I have this impression. The news that Li Wenwen found out is that there is a backup talent for the person in charge of the fund. This person is called Su Dequai. So what? It's been so long since you've been employed, and this Su Dequai can still agree to come. The news that Mr. Hua revealed to me today is that Li Wenwen, who has already arranged manpower, notified the backup talent Su Dequai to come to work in the company. Zhang Yunqing raised the teacup and said, congratulations to you, the resignation plan is being realized step by step. Before the wine comes, let's have a cup of tea together to celebrate the good news. Han Zhaokai picked up the teacup and said, thank you. Thank you. Have you determined when Su Dequai will be able to arrive at the company for work? According to the information disclosed by President Hua, Su Dequai should be specially arranged, and he must catch up with the training session on fund planning that I organized on Friday. That said, the matter of finding a replacement person will come to fruition tomorrow morning. Yes. For the sake of safety, this newcomer, I suggest you not to take the initiative to tell him the information about your resignation. Then he is the future head of funds, and I am the current head of funds. Can I hide it if I don't say it? Think about it and make up a valid reason for yourself. Say something happened at home and I want to go back. This means that you have found a reason to leave your job. Then, speaking of the shortage of people in the company's project department, I am one of the more suitable candidates at present. I urgently need to find a fund manager to replace my current job, and then I must be transferred to the project department as soon as possible. This reason seems to be more sufficient. Gong Zhang, how long do we need to hide from Su Dequai for this reason? I feel that if you want to hide it from him, the day when you have learned that the person in charge of your funds should do his own work. Why? Because, your capital plan, from the perspective of my cost staff, is not a cost work, from the perspective of a production manager, it is not like a production management job. Instead, it is more like a financial management job. Usually these people who are responsible for the production and cost of small enterprises will not manage this matter. Yes, when I was the deputy project manager before, I was in charge of such a comprehensive situation. The boss did not let me manage the work of paying for the next payment. So, this Su Dequai may be in the same situation as ours, and have never been exposed to this thing at all. People often have a very big fear of difficulties in front of unfamiliar future situations, and they feel that they have no clue in their hearts to panic. If he panics, he will probably run away in a day or two. Yes, so when he first comes, you must fully communicate with him to eliminate his panic to the greatest extent possible and in the shortest time possible. Okay. What are you going to do to get there? After Su Dequai came, let him first take a look at our sample fund plan, and when he is almost done, tell him the most important information, other unimportant information on the next day at the latest. Information, leave it alone for the time being. After listening to Zhang Yunqing, he replied, on the surface, there is no problem with what you are doing, but it always feels unreliable. There is no feeling that can make him think that doing this job is too easy for him. It's empty, think again. Otherwise, if he leaves before you, it will be very difficult for you to leave. Han Zhaokai said, okay. I'll think about it. Seeing that the dishes were almost ready, he filled both of them with wine and said, look, we've been chatting. Come and order some dishes, and then we drink wine. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, okay. After quietly enjoying the food for more than 10 minutes, Han Zhaokai said, Gong Zhang, I respect you, let's drink up. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, if you want, drink it first. After Zhang Yunqing put down the wine glass, he picked up a bunch of pork belly and chewed it in his mouth. Wei Wei squinted his eyes and asked, you've already finished your resignation here. Where are you going? Has Boss Lu signed the contract for you? When that time comes, don't resign here, then there is no whereabouts. Han Zhaokai nodded and replied, well, you're right. Boss Lu himself is worried that I promised him, and then I don't go, what will he do? So he kept asking to send me the written labor contract and let me sign the contract with him immediately. That's a good thing, isn't it guaranteed to you if you sign it? Yes, but Mr. Hua here has never clearly promised me that I can leave. So I have been hesitating whether I can agree to sign a labor contract with Boss Lu under this circumstance. Of course it's signed, so what are you worried about? I'm worried that after the contract of Boss Lu is signed, Western Construction will not let people go. Am I in a dilemma? I think that Mr. Hua is already making arrangements. Your replacement, Su Dequai, will come to work soon, and the information should be very clear. Even if Mr. Hua really likes you, he can't take your bright future, to die in the current position of head of funds. After all, the position you choose to go to is very different from the current position. If you think about it this way, can I promise Boss Lu to send the labor contract over to sign it? Of course. You can't delay any longer, otherwise Boss Lu won't get a timely and affirmative reply from you, and his project must be started. In this case, in order to protect his own interests from being seriously damaged, he has no problem at all. Possibly choose someone other than you. Are his alternatives so easy to find? Now there is no shortage of talents in our country. Like the position you mentioned, I believe there are many people in the country. So if he judges that you will definitely not go, he must choose someone who can replace you. The person who replaces you is not necessarily better than you. With this mentality, you can think in a different position, think of yourself as Boss Lu, and see what Boss Lu thinks and how to do. If I were Boss Lu, to find such a big project manager, would definitely have not only one backup candidate, but at least 2 backup candidates. I would also care about who is more obedient, who is less crooked, and who is truly willing. For the benefit of the boss, who can really and timely come to the project department to be responsible to me and manage the work of the project effectively. Zhang Yunqing said, Boss Lu, what would you do if you didn't give a clear reply to the Han Zhaokai you were facing when you strongly demanded to sign a contract? Han Zhaokai said, what else can I do? Of course, I have to quickly invite all the backup candidates other than Han Zhaokai to come and talk, and then choose a suitable time to make the decision that is most beneficial to Boss Lu and myself. Zhang Yunqing laughed loudly, picked up the wine and said, I'm here to think in a different position, Boss Lu, I'll give you a toast. Han Zhaokai took a sip of the wine, put down the glass and said, Gong Zhang, this empathy has made me break out in a cold sweat. If I delay it for a few more days, is it very likely that this wonderful job opportunity will be delayed? What? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, for such a major matter, he may not let you drag on for a few days. If I were the boss, I might not even be willing to drag it off for a day. Han Zhaokai asked, no way, don't think about such a big thing. Zhang Yunqing said, because he knows you, he can immediately decide to use you as a project manager. If it is someone else, he will of course investigate. After using you, he will need a lot of things. You can be arranged to think about it. If you implement it, the focus of his work will shift to more important things. Therefore, at this point in time, it is very important for him to settle the project manager as soon as possible. Are you saying he is in a hurry? Han Zhaokai said with a smile, I understand. From the perspective of Boss Lu, it is an urgent matter to determine the project manager candidate. I will take the initiative to call him tomorrow morning. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, I suggest that you don't take the initiative to call Boss Lu before 12 o'clock tomorrow morning. If he really thinks highly of you, I guess he will take the initiative to call you in the morning and ask you to finalize the labor contract. If he doesn't take the initiative to call you in the morning, it's very likely that he's talking to someone else, and when they're talking, you call and he won't tell you anything valuable. Han Zhaokai said with emotion, there are so many doorways in this one. Zhang Yunqing said, it's not because there are too many ways, it's because of human nature. You will be a large project manager in the future. In this area, you need to strengthen training and learn to know and employ people as soon as possible. Otherwise, a little carelessness may give I will bring unforeseen losses to myself and my boss. Han Zhaokai thank you, Zhang Gong, for such detailed instructions. Zhang Yunqing said, no thanks, when I just graduated and went to work in the society, I got into a lot of trouble because of my low emotional intelligence. There are also many people who are not familiar with me, who are constantly and selflessly giving me guidance and help. But I didn't really pay them back. Over the years, I have figured it out. They help me without asking for anything in return, just looking at a fate and a mood. Just like the two of us, talking so much during this time has such a big impact on your life. It is also unpredictable whether we will meet again in our lifetime after our fate of working together in Western construction companies is over. Han Zhaokai said, Zhang Gong, no matter what, no matter whether we can meet again in the future. It is inevitable that you have had a relatively large influence on me in our chat during this time. I will learn from you in the future life, try to bring positive influence and help to those around you. Zhang Yunqing said, it's good that you can understand it this way. I think maybe it's the people who help us who don't get our direct return. But they have planted the seeds of kindness in our hearts. When we experience, and understand these, we spread their kindness to others. In this way, people pass from person to person, and people influence people, so that this society will maintain a stable harmony. Perhaps this is also a basic law of the existence of heaven. Han Zhaokai said, this is a bit profound. Zhang Yunqing smiled embarrassedly and said, our country's culture of more than 5,000 years has many profound truths, and it can only be experienced slowly in life. There are many things that we have never experienced. Even if it is written in black and white, sometimes we may not be able to understand it. Most people always have a sudden realization and the original feeling when they reflect on the situation after the situation. Han Zhaokai continued, yes, we will pay attention to these profound truths in the future, and study them carefully. Zhang Gong, you said before 12 a.m., let me not take the initiative to call Boss Lu, and wait for Boss Lu to call me. What if I didn't call Boss Lu, and Boss Lu didn't call me? Zhang Yunqing replied, first of all, this possibility is too small. The second is what if, as you said, there is such a possibility. I suggest you do it. After 12 o'clock noon, take the initiative to call Boss Lu and tell him that he has been called to the meeting by the leader in the morning, and immediately called him as soon as the meeting was over. Take the initiative to tell him the address of the courier, and ask him to send the contract to him for signature. It's just the time of entry, leave it empty first, and then the time of your actual arrival shall prevail. Han Zhaokai said happily, Zhang Gong, this is a high move. It not only solved the problem that Boss Lu was worried about, but also solved the problem that I was worried about. The specific resignation date for Western Construction has not been fixed. Zhang Yunqing said, on the western side of the building, you should also pay attention. According to the general regulations, if an employee voluntarily resigns, they will be required to prepare a resignation application report 1 month in advance, and they must also do a good job in handover. Therefore, you can first write the resignation application report and submit it to President Hua for review. Under normal circumstances, Mr. Hua will press your resignation application report. Until he can confirm that Su Dequai has the confidence and strength to take over your job, he will dare to sign your resignation report willingly. If you get to this point, your exit is a complete success. It is possible to leave Western buildings and go to work with Boss Lu at any time. Han Zhaokai said, Gong Zhang, I understand. This Su Dequai is here. I want to quickly become friends with him and quickly teach him the knowledge of capital planning, so that he can speak clearly when facing Huazong. Make it clear. In this way, there will be no obstacles and no suspense in my resignation. Zhang Yunqing said, yes. Tomorrow morning, Su Dequai will be here. If you have to seize the opportunity, if you can impress him, basically there will be no problem. Han Zhaokai said, don't worry, I have mastered a lot of ways to make them happy when it comes to getting along with people. Zhang Yunqing said, Han Gong, we talked very thoroughly today, very clear. It's not too early. Let's go. Han Zhaokai said, okay. Han Zhaokai got up and walked to the bar of the barbecue restaurant, and asked, Table 6 pays the bill. The bar service said, 160 yuan. Han Zhaokai handed over 160 yuan in cash to the waiter. After receiving the payment, the waiter said, it's all right, sir, take your time. Welcome back. After Han Zhaokai paid the bill, he and Zhang Yunqing staggered and returned to the same community to rest in their rental houses. On Friday morning, at 8:30, Zhang Yunqing came to the workstation of the Southwest Construction Company. I turned on the computer and read it carefully. Last night, I worked overtime and compiled the first draft of the written plan on how to build a team of self-built workers. And I made certain revisions from time to time. When it was almost 9 o'clock, I finally revised it to my satisfaction. Zhang Yunqing opened QQ and sent the written plan document, How to Build a Self-Built Worker Team, to Huabai's QQ, and left a message, please review it. Zhang Yunqing sent a message to Li Wenwen on QQ by the way, Li Gong, please send me the salary standard statistics table. After a while, a message from Hua Baibai flashed on QQ, Yunqing, come to my office. Zhang Yunqing came to Huabai's office as required. Hua Baibai said, Yunqing, I read the written proposal document, How to Build a Self-Built Worker Team, that you worked overtime last night. Your organizational structure is expressed in words, and an additional form is added in the form of organizational structure and national map. There are sample pictures in the past and present of Western architecture, you can find them for reference. The description of the salary system is also expressed in words. After thinking about it, design a corresponding table and put it in it. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, Mr. Hua, let me think about it. Take a look at the 2 opinions you mentioned, what needs to be done to improve it. Zhang Yunqing went to the public bookshelf to find the past and present of Western architecture, and studied it carefully. Finally understand the essence of the organizational chart. I also searched for some documents related to the salary system on the internet, digested it slowly, and thought about it slowly. About 2 hours later, a new written proposal document, How to Build a Self-Built Worker Team, was formed, and it was sent to QQ, which took 100 years, to ask for a review. This time, it took 100 years to answer Zhang Yunqing on QQ, okay, print a paper document for me. After Zhang Yunqing printed out the document, How to Build a Self-Built Workforce, he sent it to the office of Hua 100 years. Hua Baibai took the How to Build a Self-Built Worker Team, sent by Zhang Yunqing to print the document, and immediately went to report to Song Ziyuan, president of the business unit. Song Ziyuan told Hua Baibai, for 100 years, you have worked hard for the Ministry of Commerce. The document, How to Build a Self-Built Worker Team, is put here first. It is expected that we will discuss it face-to-face next Monday. Song Ziyuan asked again, how is the construction contract of Rueji Group going? Hua Baibai immediately called Zhou Jian and asked, have you sent the 8 construction contracts of Rueji Group to Kai of the construction party? Zhou Jian said, the official seal was lent out yesterday afternoon and is not in the company. The official seal was returned last night. I will go and stamp it now and send it to Chui Kai of the construction company. Hua Baibai hung up Zhou Jian's phone and reported to Song Ziyuan, it can be sent this morning. Hua Baibai continued, Mr. Song, then I will go to other things first.